Of the half. Knocked on by United. Ball down. Scrum down for the Wasatch Provo ladies. Please bear with us as we're still figuring out the camera. I will do my best to commentate without any vision. The ref taking some extra moments to make sure the scrum is secure. Resetting the scrum. Again, the ref making sure that the scrum is set up properly before he does his cadence. In goes the ball. Wasatch Provo passes out to their 10. Passes out to center. Looping around fly half. Unfortunate drop there. Knock on. But an offsides is called on United as they quickly go back 10. Provo Wasatch might be looking to do a quick tap. And they do exactly that. They pass it out to the left. Passing it down the line. They have a little bit of an overlap here, one-on-one. Beautiful tackle by United's winger there to bring him down. Open field tackle. And another penalty for not rolling away on United. Unfortunate couple penalties there on United, trying to keep Wasatch Provo out of their area at the beginning of this half. As Wasatch Provo again goes for the tap. Quick tap and a pass, but an unfortunate knock on there as they about to go into contact. And United now might have some breathing room to be able to set up a defensive scrum and kick the ball, get some space, and give them a chance to be on the attack now. The ref does the cadence. Ball goes in. United has won the ball. Good push by Wasatch Provo, though. But United retains possession, passing it down the back line. They've got a little bit of space. They give it to a speedster who goes around the outside. She is eventually brought down, though, after making some good meters. United now looking to slowly chip away at this territory in front of them. Breaks a couple tackles. Is finally brought down by 2 or 3 Wasatch defenders. As United now securing that ruck inside their 22. Might be looking to run it out. A couple passes don't go to hands, but it's not deemed a knock on by the ref. Pass out to the wing. The wing is now brought down by 2 Wasatch players as United again secures their ruck and passes it out into their forwards. Beautiful couple phases here by United, keeping possession. Couple hard runners going in. Takes 2 or 3 Wasatch defenders to bring them down. United again passing it out, working the phases. Beautiful little bit of rugby there. Beautiful step and a spin. Again, requires multiple defenders to bring her down. As United now playing a little bit of open field rugby. Ball's dropped, went behind though, so no knock on. As United's now working the field. Haven't been tackled in a long time. They're just passing it around, having some fun. United now finally brought down about midfield. Passed out to the right. Beautiful little stiff arm offload as well. She tries to keep her feet, but it is again brought down. United passing out to the left. Couple passes out. Contact behind the gain line, but the ref deems that that was a forward pass. So we're going to have a scrum down just a little bit off the center field line. United did really well there to keep possession and try and get it out of their half, but an unfortunate mistake of passing the ball forward. Scrum down Wasatch, who's proven to be quite the attacking powerhouse here. As they pass the ball out to their fly half. A great snag, beautiful kick. Gets held up in the wind, unfortunately. Not the best kick there as it's held up in the wind and goes behind where she originally kicked it. United jumps on it again. The ball's popping out. And again, a handling error by United will give a scrum down to Wasatch Provo. It is a bit windy here in the regional Salt Lake sports campus. So that wind's obviously going to be a factor for those kicks. Got to keep them low and direct. If you kick them up high, they will get hung up, and that was an unfortunate mistake there for Wasatch Provo, but fortunate to keep the ball as they win their own scrum. Beautiful little bump off there by the 8. Another hard couple runs here by both teams. Very hard runners, requires multiple defenders to bring them down. Beautiful little bit of running displayed by each team. As we're going to have our first line out of the game, as United did well to force out the attacking Wasatch Provo runner. But it looks like we're going to have a scrum down to Wasatch Provo instead. Looks like that was a handling error. The ref was fortunate to catch that and get the ball to the right team. Again, Wasatch does well to win their own scrum, and the 10 does a kick. Looks like it came off the side of her foot, so not the best kick again, but makes a few meters there. As United now looking to counterattack, they have some space on the right side, but a beautiful tackle by Wasatch defender there. As United again has a handling error. Looks like it was a knock-on. So it's again going to be a scrum down for Wasatch as they're just slowly going to start chipping away at this territory, working the ball down the field. Scrum down for a handling error by United. Anytime the ball is knocked on or dropped and goes forward, this is where we have the scrum. As the ref goes through his cadence and not happy with what he saw, so he's going to restart that scrum. And goes through the cadence again. Strong platform now. Wasatch doing well to hold their own in that scrum as they slowly pass it out. The ball goes over the top of the head, not out of bounds yet. They try and keep it in bounds. United's all over it, and eventually is tackled out of bounds by United. Did well to get her out. So now United has a great attacking platform. Beautiful line out here. You'll expect to see a quick line out, probably to the front pod, and then a quick pass out to the centers with a crashing ball in this kind of field position. Really just to set up a beautiful attacking platform, get the right field positioned. United's going to take some time to decide what they want to see, as this is the best opportunity that they've had all game. United now ready for the throw-in. United, it does go to the back pod. It goes over the top, however. I don't know if that was planned. But United fortunate to keep it as Wasatch kicked it through. United now looking to continue their attack. United has been a historically very excellent women's rugby team. Well known for their continuity, their consistency. As they continue to put on some steps, put on some beautiful running here. As they continue to attack that ball, United, beautiful little platform attacking. Good distance, pods, well positioned. Slowly just going through the phases like clockwork. You'd expect nothing less from a national recognized women's team. As they again get the ball back from Wasatch and keep the attack going. They slowly pass it down. A beautiful little stiff arm there. She takes a couple meters, misses a couple tacklers, misses the last one, and she's through all the way to the try. No one's going to stop her. She puts the ball down, and that was a beautiful little individual running there. Beautiful stiff arm, couple little steps. Hard for those open field tackles to happen, but she did well to take advantage of that and put the ball down for a beautiful little try. United now is up 5-0. With the conversion to come, the conversion will be 2 points as they bring that ball back parallel from where it was placed. United again are a nationally recognized team. Last couple years, they've done well to go to nationals. They've performed well in big games. Really well coached, well drilled, very beautiful continuity of rugby. Wasatch, however, is a beautiful rugby team as well. They have some great athletes, some great running. Should be an exciting game, and it looks like we're going to have a close one as well. Beautiful little kick there, just goes over the crossbar, and that's another 2 points for United. United now goes up 7-0. Steelers now ready to reset with a kickoff. Both of these Utah Valley teams are well coached, well drilled. They have a beautiful little rivalry with lots of history playing each other. It's only fitting that they'll meet in the first round of the playoffs. As they kick the ball off, United now snags it. Beautiful little run there. Again, takes a couple Steeler defenders to bring her down. She passes out the ball and has a little bit of space now. Beautiful tackle by the Steelers there. As they again look to attack that right side, they have a little bit of space, but the Steelers are doing well to keep it up in that first pass. The ball spills out, but it was behind, so no knock on there. Again, United doing well with the one pass hit up, drawing those defenders, trying to get the ball to the outside, but Steelers doing well to suck that ball in and keep it in. United with a good little run there, gains a couple meters, goes past the halfway point. As they pass it back again, one pass hit up, drawing in those defenders. Steelers doing well to keep that ball inside. United now looking to pass the ball out. She's an opportunity. Offload goes over the top. Opportunity for the Steelers, but the ref blows up offsides. Beautiful bit of defending there by the Steelers and some great running by United, but an offsides call is called on Steelers. So United now has an opportunity to kick it out. Ball stays in. No Steelers back there to grab it, but eventually is brought in. As a beautiful counterattack is on, and she's tackled out of bounds by the United defender. So United, even though the ball didn't go out, have the opportunity for an attacking line out just outside of the 22, almost exactly on the 22. So United has a beautiful little attacking platform here. Be interesting to see what they decide to do. Their line out wasn't the best last time, so we'll see if they're able to correct that, get it in hands, and run a play off that line out. Great opportunity. Usually some of the more exciting parts of rugby are these attacking platforms, attacking lineouts, because there's so many possibilities to see what's going on. United, again, tries to go front pod, doesn't go into hands. Steelers got it. So Steelers get a little bit of breath air as they get the possession back. Beautiful tackle by United there. That was a technique masterclass. Steelers now looking to work the edges. She did a beautiful little cutback, gained a couple meters, got back to the gain line. Steelers now looking to keep that possession secure. Drops the ball again, kicks it up, but gets hung up in the wind. Again, a little bit windy here in Salt Lake, but the Steelers get the lucky bounce, and they're on the attack now, almost at the halfway point. That kick was a fortunate little bounce for the Steelers, unfortunate for United, as the Steelers now will look to pass it through the hands. Steelers do well to spread it out. They've got some speed on the outside edge. They've got some strong runners. Just need to get that ball in the open field. United, though, their defensive shape is strong. They're up fast, right into the face of the Steelers. Oh, beautiful coming through the ruck, but the ref deems that as not rolling away. I think that proper call would probably be coming in from the side, but either way, penalty to the Steelers. So there you get to chip away at this territory and bring the ball down a bit, but the ball goes off the side of her foot. Not the best kick, doesn't go into contact. So she gets the counterattack. Beautiful little tackle there by the Steelers defender. As United now is looking to do what they do best with the great form and shape. One pass hit up, drawing some defenders and try and pass it out. The Steelers thought they stole it, but they didn't release the tackle. So United with a quick tap, passing it out. Steelers finally bring down the United runner. United will keep it with their forwards for now. They see an opportunity to slowly chip away at the field. But the ref is going to blow it up for not releasing the ball. So the Steelers were able to get on top of that ball, able to poach it. Ref will reward them for that penalty, but we do have a player down. There was a bit of a late hit a couple passes, a couple phases ago. She is unfortunately still down, but of course player safety is most important to the commissioner here of Utah Youth Rugby. The commissioner, the great, wise Brent Meyer. Obviously make sure that the player safety is of utmost importance. So we're going to take a moment now to make sure that she's all right, get the attention that she needs. Gives these girls an awesome opportunity to kind of get on the same page, talk about what just happened. The Steelers will get the ball back for a penalty for not releasing, so the Steelers are scrappy in that breakdown. United's going to have to do better at cleaning those defenders out of the ruck if they want to keep possession, as the Steelers are starting to see a little bit of an opportunity. If they can continue to do it cleanly, they'll be able to slow down that United attack. Both these storied programs have quite a long history. The Provo Steelers had a great men's team for a couple years there. They still do, as they compete in the Utah Rugby League. So they do have some great minds there on that club to build off of and strategize. United obviously has an amazing women's team last couple of years, but also had a great men's team, high school men's team. About a decade or so ago, won a couple national titles, won a couple state titles, and so two Utah Valley powerhouses going after it here. United is up 7-0. Almost closing out the first half as the Steelers will reset this game. Fortunate to see that number 9 from United got back up. She just needed a little bit of a breather. She's okay. She's back playing again, so play is going to resume here with a penalty kick to the Steelers. As again, the ball goes off the side of her foot, goes into hands. A sneaky little pass there. I'm sure that she wanted that to go out of bounds, but this works as well. They keep possession as there's a high tackle called on United. So again, the Steelers get the penalty. And it looks like they're just going to opt to quick tap it since the kicks for touch aren't working out for them. She does require a few United defenders to bring her down as she's resetting the ball. Steelers doing really well to spread that ball. Some hard running lines there as the Steelers are looking to attack that edge. United doing well to resource again. She sees a little gap as they try and resource too much to the outside edge. A little bit of an offload there as the Steelers will look to reset. United's defensive shape is good, but there are holes in them trying to resource too quickly. The ball stays around the same breakdown area as it's brought down. Steelers taking their time to set up their attack the way they want it. Another kick. This one's a little bit better. Gets some space on him, bounces on the ground a little bit. The counterattack, the chase isn't really there, so she has time to counterattack. She is brought down. The ball was knocked, and there's going to be a penalty for not rolling away on the Steelers. When you're the quick tap. She's eventually brought down about 10 meters away from where she tapped it, so no penalty for offsides there. As again, United is going to do well to suck in those defenders, try and bring them in and attack that outside edge. Beautiful little tackle there by the Steelers as United again continues to resource to the right side. Nice little step there. She looks for some space to attack. Steelers are trying to come up and get her, but she's got some space. She's running now. Beautiful little offload, but doesn't go to hand, so teammates got to jump on that. Nice little pick and go from United there. She might be held up. She is brought down to ground though, but the ref saw a little knock on, so it's going to be a scrum down to the Steelers. Again, fortunate to survive a United attack as they're going to have a defensive scrum and try and get this ball out of their territory. Unfortunate kicking game here today as well, so they're going to have to keep that ball in hand and try and run it out. Usually you'd want to kick that ball out as far as you can, but with the wind, and just doesn't seem to be the best kicking game, so they're going to have to get creative in terms of keeping possession but trying to gain some territory back. Rugby is a very important, critical territory game, so if you have territory, most of the time you will be leading and winning. So the Steelers are going to kick it. That was a better kick as it bounces into the United fullback's hand. She sees an opportunity on the right side. She has the speed to beat it. She's broken a couple tackles. She's going to get brought down by the third. She does have help there, as United now has an opportunity to attack. They see some gaps. They're trying to attack them, but the Steelers are doing well to tackle them down on the first contact. As again, United's got some strong runners as they continue to offload. There's a huge gap on by the ruck. Beautiful offload. She stretches and reaches, and that's a try to United. So United now adds their lead 12-0 with just a little bit left in the second half. With 15 minutes left in the second half, in the first half. Is in rugby one of the more important skills. Doesn't matter the size or the shape of anyone running against you. If you got the right technique, you're going to bring them down easy, and number 11 is showing exactly that. She now grabs the ball from the back of the scrum and finds her fly half right behind. Beautiful offload there, so they see an opportunity on the outside edge. She does unfortunately run out of bounds. Unfortunate there, as they had a beautiful attacking scrum, and it's going to be United the line out. Steelers can still put on some pressure and attack here, but with the way United's been retaining possession, they might have a little bit more difficult time getting that ball back. United's done well to kind of keep the Steelers outside of their 22 for a long time. They only really had it in the first half from a handling error from United at the beginning of the game, but for the most part, United has been playing inside the Steelers' half. Handling, of course, is of utmost importance here now in this field position. United will look to get it into the hands. They do. They send it back, and a handling error right there by United's scrum half. So the Steelers slowly marching up the field, trying to gain that possession, trying to keep that territory going, and they have a great opportunity now to build off of that. The ref going through his cadence, looking to restart this game, and in goes the ball as the Steelers slowly work it back, and it's 8-man pick. She finds some space, and she's running through the gaps. She offloads it, but a great tackle there by United to make sure that she goes down. They pass the ball out. They do have some space. They do have numbers on the outside edge if they try and get the ball out wide. They get it to the wing. A beautiful tackle by United. Open field tackle, thumping there, as the Steelers are going to be slow and monotonous about it, making sure that they keep possession and keep the attack going. She's not held down, so she gets to get up and attack again. The Steelers now slowly building on the phases, keeping the ball in hand. Beautiful little forward pod as she goes back into the ruck. She hit the ground. United trying to steal that ball, but had to release her since she was tackled. And that is a no-go. Offsides. The scrum half is obviously protected as they're digging for that ball and passing it out, and any kind of riff-raff or anything like that will be penalized, as was the case there. So the Steelers now continue their attack. When that ball went off, there was a little bit unfortunate, but they were lucky enough that there was an offsides penalty, and they get to quick tap it and run it straight into the forward pack of United. She keeps her feet and drives those legs. She's driving away, slowly gaining some meters, putting in that good energy as the Steelers continue their forward attack with some great hard-running pods. The Steelers now passing it down the line. Oh, unfortunate there. Almost stolen from United, but again, an offsides called on United. So the Steelers, again, fortunate to continue their attack here in Salt Lake, as the Steelers will look to probably tap it again with a hard runner. She did well to gain some meters and continue to keep that attack going, and they do exactly that again. Hard straight running by the Steelers. Gets tackled. Looks like the Steelers are going to do some pick and goes and try and take advantage of their beautiful little technique there. She goes for the legs and gains 2 or 3 meters there. Again, this is where both teams are going to be hitting the beaches, as United now looks to get lower than the other person. Low man wins every time, and right now the Steelers are slowly chipping away at the meters between them and the goalpost. They find some space, a little bit of a step there, gets her defender to slip. As a beautiful little offload there as they're holding her up, and they're going to try and get that ball back, and they do. So they continue to keep that attack going on the right side, going for that outside corner. Looks like that is a try. So the Steelers did well to keep that ball chipping away inside with their forward pack, hitting the beaches, going low, going at the legs. United sucked in all their defenders, and then a quick pass outside by the Steelers where they were able to take advantage of the gaps. A couple great individual running there and making some United players slip and fall and go by the wayside. Sets up a beautiful try right on the corner. Will be a difficult kick, and if we've learned anything today, kicking's a little bit difficult in today's win, so we'll see if she can add 2 more points to her team's point score and keep trying to chip away at the lead of United. Here she's not going to be place kicking it. She will be trying for the drop kick, which is allowed. So you can either kick it from the ground or drop kick it. Looks like she's opting for the drop kick. Her drop kicks have been money. It did get up in the air, but unfortunately, again, the wind just kind of held it up and stopped it in its tracks. So again, goes to show just how important it is to try and get that score underneath the posts. But a score is a score either way, and the Steelers now, at the end of the first half, get onto the board, and 14-5 to United. United now will restart the ball. They have the opportunity now. They haven't done this all game, so we'll see how they do on the attack here, as the Steelers are rewarded the ball back for scoring. And we'll probably look to try and score a quick one right before the end of the half to cut the deficit down even more. So Steelers now, a little bit of handling errors, but no knock-on, so they get to clear the ball down the middle of the field, and a beautiful counterattack by United. She finds a little bit of gap. She gets to slice through, but a beautiful thumping tackle there by the Steelers. As United now tries to do what they do best, which is one pass hit up, sucking in the defenders to pass it out wide. They've got strong, hard forward runners. They find some gaps and keep the legs driving. United now has a lot of space, a lot of numbers on the outside edge. Just one defender to beat, and she can't beat it. The ball does go down, but not a knock-on, so the Steelers are fortunate there. A beautiful one-on-one tackle to wrap that ball up so it's not offloaded again. The ref's playing advantage, so United will try and slowly chip away at it, and if nothing happens, then the ref will blow it up and bring it back. But looks like advantage is over. United now gaining some meters. And just there, the ref blows it up. No advantage being played, so he goes all the way back for a high tackle on the Steelers. Unfortunate high tackle there, but it was a try-saving high tackle, so pick your poison with that. Either miss the tackle and let them score a try, or high tackle, get penalized, and get the penalty to United. United with the quick tap there, bring it in. Steelers looking to hold her up. Looks like they did. Looks like they successfully held her up in the try zone, so the Steelers are going to have a goal line dropout to restart this game. Beautiful little defensive piece there by the Steelers to do all that they can to make sure that they don't fall down, score that ball. The Steelers are going to look for a little gap in the United setup to try and put this ball into, and she does really well to place it just there on the sideline. Missed tackle is brought down eventually, as United now passes it out to the left. A beautiful wraparound offload there. That looked like Sonny Bill a little bit. As United keeps the ball alive, keeps the legs driving. Another one pass hit up. Beautiful tackling by the Steelers. Beautiful running by United. Another little offload by United, and they get to close out the half with another score right underneath the post. So an easy kick for their kicker to make, and they continue to build on that lead with a score of 19-5. Some great offloading by United here. Set up a beautiful try. That entire attack there set up by the offloads of United. So United's doing well to keep the ball alive, keep their possession going, find the opportunity, finding the gaps, continue to build on their lead. But the Steelers, if we've seen anything, they're not going to let up anytime soon, and they're going to keep their attack going. United now goes for the kick. Beautiful little chip shot, and she makes it again and adds to that lead, 21-5. Steelers aren't out yet. They've got a whole nother half to play into the last little bit of this first half. Steelers now will reset. Beautiful little bit of rugby being showed off here by number 2 United, number 3 seed Wasatch. So slowly gonna look to reset this. I'm sure the Steelers would be happy to go into halftime right now and reset, regroup, get the coaching they need to set up a game plan for the second half to come back from this deficit. As they look to reset, kick it down, ball hits the ground, but into the hands of the United running attack as they are again passing it down the hands. Beautiful little display. She sees a gap, hits it. Beautiful offload again. Some beautiful offloading here by the United women's team as they continue to attack, keeping the ball in hand. But the Steelers are staunch in defense and will scrap and attack all that they can to bring down those United runners. As United again has some great pods, offload again, back behind. She runs across the field looking for a little gap, doesn't really find anything, but finds an offload. She's going to try and hit the ground, so she's not held up, and she does, so United gets to reset that, passing it out again to some hard United runners. But the Steelers are staunch in defense, bringing them down on that first contact. Again, great tackling there by the Steelers, but hard running by United. Great little display of rugby here as they pass it down the line. Places the ball quick to kind of reset that, and that is going to be an unfortunate handling error by United. She did place that in the tackle, but the ref deemed it as a knock-on, so we're going to go into half on a handling error. United up 21 with the Steelers with one try on the board, unconverted. So they got 5, and an exciting little bit of the first half of rugby as we get to rest for a little bit and prepare for the second half. And we're back for the second half of rugby here with United facing off the Provo Steelers. United will kick to reset this game as United leads 21-5 in the first round of the Utah State playoffs in the girls varsity tier 1 division. So reset, Provo Steelers take it into possession, and beautiful little run there as they're eventually brought down by United. Steelers now looking to attack that edge. They've got some numbers on this right side. Beautiful through the hands, some offloading there as takes a little bit to get down to the ground, but United's got 2 defenders on the ball as they bring the ball down and lay on top of it, trying to slow it down, but the ref will penalize that every time as they're not rolling away or making any effort to roll away, dirtying up the ruck. Steelers now will look to probably quick tap this. As they do, they tap it, pass it down the line, right into the hands of a strong, hard-running forward, bumps off one defender and keeps the legs driving as they pass the halfway point. Steelers now with some momentum. Looks like they had a little chat in the halftime and came out with some fire as they're now attacking forward, but United is able to bring them down behind the gain line. The Steelers now an unfortunate handling error there, a knock-on, so had a couple good phases there as they were continuing to attack down the line, but United keeps the pressure on, and an unfortunate handling error there by the Provo Steelers. So United now with a very well-positioned attacking scrum will look to do a fancy little set-piece play probably off this, as you're not going to get anything a lot better to start the second half. United puts it in, goes to the back as they've got the blindside wing running around, but unfortunately doesn't go into hands or the possession. So the Steelers will get the possession back and will have a midfield scrum. This is a very exciting spot to have a scrum, as there's a lot of different options. You can overload one side, you can split it down the middle, you can do a kick, you can keep it in possession, you could do an 8-man pick. There's a lot of different options on a center field scrum, so be exciting to see what the Provo Steelers have cooked up here and see what they're able to make of it. The ref now going through his cadence, making sure the scrum's set up properly as the Steelers feed the ball in. Goes to the back, and they do an 8 pick as she tries to find a gap, and she does, so she gains some 10 meters or so as she runs through. Steelers 9 now passing it out as they find some space with a hard running forward. Quick little offload there, and another couple meters gained as they look to reset it. They have numbers on the right side. They overload the short side. Hard running there, but a beautiful tackle by United as they're brought down, and Steelers try and resource properly. The Steelers now a little bit of fancy footwork there as she looks for a quick pass, and Steelers now brought down, but keeping the continuity going on the Provo Steelers, slowly running hard, slowly chipping away at the field, but holding on to the ball as United tried to get on top of it, and a quick tap by United sees a bit of an advantage there. And they gained a lot from that quick tap, but it spills out, so the Steelers lucky enough to get that ball back as they were barreling forward by United. As they have an open field here, a little bit of a space there. Unfortunate, wrapped up by 2 tacklers, but the ref is going to come back for a penalty. Not happy with what looked like a dangerous tackle, not wrapping in the tackle. But the Steelers now doing well to try and keep that attack going. So the Steelers now will probably tap this, as kicking with this wind is a little bit more difficult than both teams have thought. Ball is a little bit behind, but a great one-handed snag by the Provo Steelers forward, and she gains quite a few meters from the initial contact, so she kept her legs driving, kept the ball moving, as the Steelers now will continue their attack going forward. Again, attacking this right side. They've seen some opportunities, and they take advantage of it here. Beautiful little run there. She's eventually brought down, but the Steelers now with a great attacking platform. United up quick in defense, but the Steelers are fortunate to take a look at it, get that ball out. But that's going to be offsides on United as they were brought down, and United played with the ball when they weren't allowed to. So the Steelers now will have an opportunity to continue their attack. And we'll quick tap it again, pass it out to their hard-running forwards, which has proven to be very beneficial for them, very fortuitous. Steelers now looking to work through the phases continually. A little bit of a late hit there on the 11 Provo Steeler, but they do get the last laugh as they're going to work through the phases, and the ref is going to blow up the whistle and have a little chat with United, since there's been a few little late hits by United there. So he's going to have a quick talk to their captain and say that enough is enough. Next time, probably going to be reaching into his pocket. There's been 3 or 4 late hits by the United girls team on the Provo Steelers, so of course that's not allowed, as it slows down the play and takes a player out who wasn't in the play, and the ref is going to be looking to have some continuity in this game. Steelers have been doing very well with their quick taps and their run-ups by their forwards, so probably look to do that again here inside the United half. Steelers now piled around the ball as they take it into contact. United looked like they won that contact and drove her back, but she fell forward, so stays in that advantage. But there's diving into the ruck on Steelers, so unfortunately there in a quick tap by United. Provo Steelers were not back 10, so they get to quick tap it. Ref will slow it down a little bit, and United now will tap it, run it in. Steelers up quick on defense to try and cut that off. United now with their first major possession of the game, as they're slowly going to work through the phases with some offloads. United very good with their offloads, finding those gaps. They do have a lot of numbers on the left side now. They do have a lot of numbers. They get a quick pass outside, but Steelers did well to resource that. And they eventually drag him out of bounds right in front of our commentating booth. And a very good little gang up tackle as they were able to bring her out and get possession back. Provo Steelers now with the line out throw in. We get to have an awesome view of this line out here as our Game On Live studio crew does their best work as usual. In rugby, you got to have the same number in the line out, so United had to drop one on defense, and Provo Steelers now with what I think is a little tricky line out there, but goes out, and United saw an opportunity to snag that out of the air, and they did, so they get to start attacking now. As United continues to attack inside the Steelers half. Offsides penalty to United, so few penalties there, and United now with a quick tap and gets to attack going forward. Looks like the Steelers are going to try and hold this ball up, try and get possession back. United will try and bring that ball down, but looks like it might be caught up in there too soon. It's up to the ref's discretion as to how long he's going to keep that. And looks like he's going to finally blow it up, as the Steelers did well to hold up the runner and hold that ball up into the air. Not able to reset that into a ruck, so It's going to be scrummed down to the Provo Steelers, who survived a quick attack by the United offense. As both teams will take their time to make sure they're set up properly. United will try and look to steal this ball in the scrum or be up quick on defense, since again kicking hasn't been the most beneficial. The Provo Steelers will probably try and keep this in hand, run it out of their 22, although United has dropped a few defenders in anticipation for the kick, but it looks like the Steelers are in a flat line, so looks like there might be a quick pass out, kick, and then a hard chase by the Provo Steelers. Provo Steelers feed it back, and they're going to go to the boot, and that is a booming kick, one of the better ones. She has the wind to her back, so it does get caught up and pushed by the wind a little bit and goes to the midway mark, as the chase by the Provo Steelers is right up into her face, so she doesn't have much time to assess the field and see where she wants to counterattack. United now a little bit disjointed, couple players out of position. They're trying to attack that outside edge, but there's a few Provo Steelers they're waiting for her as they're again trying to hold her up, but she hits the ground, and United's able to reset that, recycle it to the outside edge. Unfortunate handling error there by United as the Provo Steelers are up quick on defense. And the ref's going to blow that up and get a scrum set up for the Provo Steelers to see if they can't get some possession and territory back into this game and cut down that deficit, that 21-5 deficit a little bit. United on the defensive scrum, Provo Steelers with that feed, but the ref not happy with the way that it looked, as scrums are quite a dangerous area as all their weights are held up on their necks. So that front row, they've got to be strong in the midsection, strong cores as they hold themselves and their opponent front row up. You got to work together and then work against each other in order to make a scrum happen. So it's a beautiful spot of the game. As the Steelers now with an 8-man pick attacking that weak side, as she is eventually brought out. 3-person tackle on her, so unfortunately there they had a great attacking opportunity, but a little bit of a pick to the wrong side and she's tackled out of bounds. United now with the line out as they're going to talk through their plays and hopefully try and get something going. As again, our Game On Live studio team doing some great camera work and some great broadcasting as we're bringing in a great view of this line out here. But it was not 5, so that line out has to be thrown 5 meters from the out of bounds line, and it was not just a bit inside of that. So unfortunate there for United. They had a great opportunity there. If it went, they had plenty of space to run, but it's going to be a short arm penalty to the Provo Steelers. And they've again proven really good on their attack with these quick taps. So they're going to look to do that again as they pass it. Handling error, unfortunate there. She looked like she saw an opportunity, took her eyes off the ball briefly. So it's going to be a scrum down to United. Got a great turnout here at the Salt Lake Regional Sports Complex. Love to see some great fans supporting their women's rugby team as sport continues to grow and develop, and some beautiful rugby being displayed here. United now with the feed in. The Steelers with a big push, and they win the ball. Steelers steal the ball back, and they get to feed it down the line all the way through the hands of the backs. As they find a gap on the outside, number 6 has some quick feet, quick steps, finds some gaps, and is eventually brought down. Steelers now with a quick recycle, some quick passes down the hands. Eventually brought down by the United defense. passes it out as United's up quick in defense to try and cut off any sort of outside edge attack. Eventually is swung down, and Steelers with a quick reset. United up quick on defense, aggressive attack, and they get the ball back. Somehow stole that ball as they continue to offload and keep the legs driving, going, moving. Steelers quick to reset on defense as United now looking to attack as they usually do with that one pass hit up, sucking in some defense and attack that outside edge. They got about a 2-on-3, but she keeps the ball in hand and goes down. As United looks to continue to attack this short edge, there's something about this sideline that just is a magnet for both teams as they continue to attack this edge. Must be the fans as they want to impress their moms, dads, boyfriends, girlfriends as they continue to attack and show off some beautiful rugby being played here. Beautiful break on the defensive line there, eventually brought down. But the ref's going to blow that up, and it looks like it's going to be a penalty to the Steelers. United not releasing the ball, so the Steelers get to survive another aggressive attack on United as United now will defend that midfield line as the Steelers will try and kick that out, but goes off the side of foot again. They gain about 8 meters on that kick. Not the best one, but they do get to retain possession on the line out. Steelers going to take their time to make sure they have a line out that they like set up properly. As they're going to look to retain possession and score quickly. They are down by 16, so they're looking to score quick and often to try and chip away at that deficit and take this game away from United. But United now looking strong on defense and offense. So the ball doesn't go into hand for the Provo Steelers. United now has the ball as the ref will blow that up for a knock on United, and the Provo Steelers are fortunate enough to keep possession. These Provo Steelers scrums have been dominant this whole game. They have been able to keep their own scrums and even steal a scrum from United last scrum out. So Provo Steelers have been well coached, well drilled with their forward pack. As they continue to lay the hurt on that scrumming front row. Steelers now passing it out. They got a little bit of a trick play with the 10 looping around the inside center. Going through the hands. They got numbers. They've got a 3-on-1. Can they continue to defeat it? United resourcing a lot of numbers to this side. Steelers cut it back. Continue to keep the legs driving with defenders falling off of her. Steelers now have a ruck where they're able to reset with an attacking up, and an unfortunate handling error there seems to be the bane of the Provo Steelers' existence. Where they have some good go forward ball, they have some good attack, they have some good aggression, and then a handling error where they're able to attack and had some go forward ball, but seems to be a regular thing for the Provo Steelers as another knock on, another scrum is down. United now with the put in, but a big push by the Provo Steelers. But United able to keep possession as they look to slice and dice through the Steelers defense. She did go down quickly, but was able to get back up as she wasn't held down in the tackle. And United now doing their usual attack with the one pass hit up, and will look to attack that outside edge with the defenders inside. Another handling error by United, so the Steelers able to get out of a scary situation inside of their 22. Provo Steelers now have some space on the outside. They've got a speedster here on the outside edge. She is brought down. But it's from the side on United, so Provo Steelers able to gain some meters, get a penalty. Quick tap again by the Provo Steelers. That was a great little display of passing it down the back line to the outside edge. They were able to gain quite a few meters there and get the penalty, as United was trying to resource improperly into the ruck. As a quick tap into the United forward pack, as she bumps one off, bumps another one off, continues the legs to drive. She's leaving a trail of bodies behind her. She's continuing to run hard. Beautiful little bit of running there. Gains about 30, 35 meters. Beautiful little stiff arm there, pushes her down into the ground and continues the attack. Gains another 5-10 meters, but was held onto the ball. So penalty to United as they survive a very aggressive Provo Steeler attack. Quick tap again. She's running into the open space. She's putting off a few defenders. Good tackling by the Provo Steelers there once they wrap her up, as she continues to get up without placing the ball, and that's not allowed. So she has done that a few times, and sometimes it's worked out. This time, unfortunately, not, as the Provo Steelers will look to keep the ball going quick with a tap and go. Provo Steelers now slowly passing it through. Will look to attack the left edge. We haven't seen much of that in today's game, so we'll see what these wingers can do. It looks like that first attack on that left side, Provo Steelers are through, and she's going to be able to dot that down right there on the opposite side of that try zone. Beautiful little bit of passing and running there. Love to see it by the Provo Steelers. Beautiful little attack, beautiful pass down the line, draw and pass, beautiful individual running to try and get that ball close to the goalposts. And the Steelers now will chip away at that lead. It's now 10-21. Steelers now will try and do a drop kick to try and cut this deficit down even more. Add 2 more points to their score, but this will be a little bit more of a difficult kick. We'll see if she's able to execute it. Kick is up. Looks like it's on, but just slightly off to the right. Unfortunate there, but she was able to get it close, and Provo Steelers add to their score total, 10-21. With 12 minutes left, so Provo Steelers are going to need to score often and quick if they have any hope of winning this game and advancing on to the next round of the playoffs, which will be next week at Zions Bank Stadium in Herriman. The commissioner, Brent Meyer, doing well to get a beautiful little tournament setup going on these 2 weeks, with the first rounds being played here in the Salt Lake Sports Complex, and then the next round being played where the Utah Warriors play in Zions Bank Stadium. Great to see younger rugby being played where professionals play, as the sport continues to grow in a wonderful state, as sport continues to grow nationwide. Unfortunate handling error there by the Provo Steelers. United retains possession, will look to attack this and opt not to go to a scrum. Great hard direct running there by United. Great fend there. Unfortunate for number 9, but that was an aggressive, hard run by number 1. Number 9 has done well most of the game to bring him down, but just unfortunate there. And United with that probably sealed the game away as they continue to build on that lead, 26-10. Steelers have very little time left to score a lot of points, and United just added a lot to their score. So looks like it might be a little too late. for the Provo Steelers, as United will probably win this one out. But you never know in a beautiful game of rugby. And she's able to chip that over. She has been perfect on the day, so a great kicking display, place kicking display, great teamwork by her teammates to put the ball in a very easy spot to kick it over, and she's able to execute and do what she does best, which is add more points onto the tally. United now leads 28-10. Provo Steelers are going to need to score 3 tries in just about 10 minutes. It's definitely doable. It has been done, but going to require a lot of effort and some lucky circumstances. Provo Steelers, however, have been playing extremely well today. They are a great rugby team. They had some great skills. If anybody can close it out, it definitely is the Provo Steelers to come back from this. As the ball goes into touch, and United will have a line out inside their half. This is a good opportunity for the Provo Steelers to get this ball back. Lineouts are risky for both teams, and if there's ever an opportunity to get that ball back, the Provo Steelers have a great opportunity to do exactly that. Provo Steelers did exactly that. The forward pack got the ball back, so they have a great attack as they're looking to pass it down the line. They've got some gaps. They've got some hard runners. Passing it even more out to the number 21. She's a little bit of a speedster. Great little shoulder bump there. And she's going to continue to drive and push forward. Provo Steelers have some life inside of them, have a little bit of fire as they continue to attack. Like I said, the Provo Steelers, if anyone can come back from this deficit, it's definitely them. They've got the fire, they've got the passion, they've got the skills, they've got the athleticism. It looks like they're going to continue to attack and push to the very end. Love to see it. Love to see the mentality. And it's a penalty to the Provo Steelers as United thought they had the ball and tried to take it, but the ruck was formed. And that is not allowed. So Provo Steelers with another quick tap. Hard runners, sees the gap, gains quite a few meters there. Is brought down just in front of the goalpost, and they're looking to attack that left side edge, which has been very good for them this second half. She is brought down. Can't really see the try line. The ref has a great view of it. She is held up, though, in the try zone, so they did get into the try zone. Unfortunately held up. United now with the reset. United will take their time to reset this ball, probably bleed out as much time as they possibly can. Steelers will probably want to aggressively try and get this ball back, get it down and score this. United bleeding a lot of time right now, and the ref is going to be aware of that and make sure that they're not bleeding any more time than they're allowed. United now with the drop kick over to the right side of the field. Looked like it was blocked. Provo Steelers have a great possession right in front of the try line, so very lucky, very fortunate, and the Provo Steelers will look to take advantage of exactly that, and they do exactly that, diving over a quick try. And they cut that deficit down 15-28. They're still in this game, and they're still able to score quickly as proven here, so they're going to continue to attack and push and show off that they're going to fight to the very last second. A great kick by that Provo Steelers goes over, so she gets to add 2 more points on, 17-28. United now taking their time to reset this game, and they reset it. It's a beautiful kick. Ball goes to ground right in front of one of the Steelers players as she goes out of bounds, and United gets the ball back inside the Steeler half. But again, the Provo Steelers forward pack has proven to be a very formidable force as they've stolen a few lineouts, they've stolen a few scrums, so wouldn't be surprised if they're able to get the ball back here, and they'll need to attack that. And try and cut this deficit down even more. United with the throw in. They throw over the top and goes straight in, but it's not straight, so Provo gets the ball back. So Provo Steelers now get a scrum and will have to score quickly off of this scrum in order to get the ball back and have an opportunity to score again to take the lead. Ref going through his cadence. Provo Steelers with the feed, gets the ball back. Feeding it down the line, a little looping around 10. Sends it over the top, over the little skip past the left side. They've got some space, they've got some speed. They have plenty of time. If they score quickly here, they can cut it down, but unfortunately knocked out of bounds. And looks like the player went down hard, but she gets back up, and United now with the line-out feed. But again, the Provo Steelers are aggressive with their forward pack. They're able to really attack the United forward pack and force some errors. So the Provo Steelers are able to get the ball back here, attack that outside edge. They do have enough time to score and get the ball back and try and score again to take the lead. They're definitely within striking distance, so a little bit of drama to end out this game as United was comfortably in charge and in the lead, but the Provo Steelers kept fighting, kept crawling, and are able to continue to attack. United now from that angle didn't look like it was straight, but the ref ultimately has the final say as United now has a beautiful little maul as they're continuing to push forward. A little bit of scrappy work there, but they gain some meters, keep possession, bleed some time out, and United now passing it down the line, gets tackled behind their gain line, so Provo Steelers gaining some yardage on defense, puts on a little bit of a step, gets a little bit of a stutter. She attacks that outside edge. Beautiful little offload there from the ground. Provo Steelers resourcing well, but high talk about the Provo Steelers, and this will probably close out the game. Provo Steelers on their back foot. Provo Steelers has a player down, so again, player safety of utmost importance. They're going to be taking some time off here, but it's not looking good for the Provo Steelers as they're on their back foot, going backwards, and United's continuing to put the pressure on, continue to be aggressive, and we'll probably close out this game 11 points in front of the Provo Steeler rivals. Again, the medical crew taking some time to make sure that the player's all right, running here through the tests. Again, Utah Youth Rugby doing well to provide a great medical staff, a few great athletic trainers, making sure the players are safe, well taped up, well protected. Looks like 21 has passed all the tests, so she's going to stay in the game. United looking like they're asking the ref how much time's left and what they're able to do, if they're able to tap it and kick it out. And I'm not able to see exactly what he said, so I guess we'll be surprised by what United's going to do to end this game out. United's going to go for points, so they're going to take a couple more minutes off the time and look to close this game out with a penalty kick. Adds 3 more points onto the end and really lock the door on this one. Number 9 now lining up. She has been perfect on the day, but this is quite a far kick, so we'll see if she's able to put the nail in the coffin. If not, then the Steelers will have an opportunity to counterattack and score quickly. She kicks it well, but it's short and to the right, so the Steelers now with an opportunity to counterattack is the T girl is able to run on and grab the tee just in time before the players come barreling over to this side. Provo Steelers now with some hard, aggressive running. Another handling error. Ball goes to ground. United's on top of it. Steelers get it back, but it's going to be scrummed down United. It looks like it's United's going to win this one, advance to the next round next week in Zions Bank Stadium. Awesome opportunity to play in front of a beautiful crowd, beautiful stands, and if it's anything like today with great turnout, with some amazing crowds and fans, then it'll be an exciting state championship game for the women's division. United now pushing forward. Looking like they want to add some points on before the end of the game and really build on that lead, that final point total. So they're going to be aggressively pushing and attacking. A penalty for not rolling away on this Provo Steelers. They're not back 10 either, so they're going to just continue to advance that ball. United now right in front of the posts. Their forward pack have been proven strong runners, so it's going to be hard for the Provo Steelers to keep them out. United being aggressive, loving the mentality in this game. The women are fighting hard, both teams showing off their skills, showing off the athleticism, showing off the power as they continue to push forward and they dive across the line, and that's going to be the game. That's going to be the nail in the coffin. That's going to be United advancing on to the next round. Beautiful little display there by both teams. Provo Steelers fighting hard until the very last second to try and come back into this game. They had an opportunity, weren't able to close it out. United now builds on that lead, closes the game out, adding on a try underneath the post with the conversion to come. Kick goes up, but looks like she's having a good time, so it's all right, and there goes the game. Final whistle blows. United takes the game, takes the round, advances on to next week. Final score being 33-17. Beautiful little display by both teams, both sides, hard-fought battle. Love to see it. Our next game up on this channel, on this field, is going to be the Boys Varsity Blue Tier 2, number 2 KEARNS versus the number 3 CAVEMEN. Going to be an exciting match there as the CAVEMEN, a relatively new team. KEARNS has a few years under its belt, so should be an exciting time to see a Utah Valley club up against a strong Salt Lake Valley team. And join us then at 10:30, so should be starting momentarily. Did you use this much at all to replay? I'm kind of scared when I use the replay.
I tried it on the other one, and the thing that was recorded in the replay was like some clip of Sean's living room.
You could like podcast it?
Yeah, but it was before the game started,
Oh, okay.
so I don't think anyone was really watching.
Okay.
So I can't really explain that super well. But basically, in this, so this screen will basically just stay on your ATEM inputs, and then you go between the two cameras over here.
All right, welcome back to our stream of the Utah State playoffs. Right now we have in the boys varsity blue tier 2 division, number 2 KEARNS versus the number 3 CAVEMEN. And the lineup for the American Fort CAVEMEN, we have number 1, Mikael Tahi, number 2, Lex Ewer, number 3, Tyson Eggett, number 4, Andrew Byrne, number 5 is going to be Orion Takausiasu, number 6 is going to be Milton Hammond, number 7 Waki Fulalangi, number 8 Siosifa Lavulavu, number 9 we'll have Tyson Cox, number 10 Brent Bueller, number 11 Jaden Hurst, number 12 Gasitya Sharma, number 13 Colin Gibb, number 14 Grayson Davis, and 15 Anthon Barlow, with some subs in there. Not a whole lot of subs for this American Fort CAVEMEN team, but they're very fit, very athletic, and should be a very exciting match to watch. The KEARNS Rugby Club, we're going to have number 1 Ikani Maka, number 2 Alex Malulu, number 3 we're going to have, doesn't appear like we have a number 3, so I got to figure out what position that's going to be. Number 4 is going to be Gabriel Bajios. Number 5, there's no number 5 either, so we got to figure out which one that one is. Number 6 is going to be Aries Valetui. Number 7, Braden Lee. Number 8, Kelemete Faasolotuala. as we restart the game, and I'll have an opportunity to finish off the rosters here, as the ref was not happy with what went on, is going to have a midfield scrum to KEARNS. Number 10 is Kebai Michael. Number 11, Mosesi Mau. Number 12, Jazimir Misifoa. Number 13, appears there's no number 13 either, so moving on. Number 14, Davian Gutierrez. And finally, number 15 is not on the list either. So sorry about that. The roster's a bit confused, different jersey numbers, everything like that. But KEARNS has the possession now, midfield scrum. A little bit of a trick play here as they continue to attack. Hard running there, strong tackle though by the Cavemen. As it looks like the line judge here saw a little knock on, which was a thumping tackle by the Cavemen. Hard run there by KEARNS though, and an exciting start to this match as some hard running is going on. Got our second scrum of the match within a couple minutes of the game starting right in front of us. So we're going to get a great view of these two forward packs. Large, strong, large and in charge, dare I say. Cavemen with the feet in. Passing it out slowly out to the back line. Hard, aggressive running as they find a gap and shoot through it. Cavemen now keeping the feet alive, driving through. KEARNS having a hard time bringing them down on first contact. Cavemen now taking their time to get that ball out as the Cavemen are running hard into that ruck area. Cavemen have a deep forward pack. Their back line is deep, so it takes some time for them to get back up to the gain line. They're losing space because of how deep that line is, but looks like that might just be their game plan, try and get those forward pods active, get those forward pods moving. KEARNS with the staunch defense. Some big boys, a quick little chip through. Not the best kick, however, but they were playing an advantage, so the ref's going to blow that up for what looks like going to be a high tackle, dangerous tackle. So the Cavemen keep possession. Looks like the 10 on the Cavemen knew that they had that advantage, so he was able to take advantage of that and try and do something a little tricky. Number 12, Gasitia Sharma is going to do a little quick tap and pass it out as they now come and attack this left side. Some hard running. They got some gaps, but KEARNS did well to bring them down. We got some big thumping hits already in this game. Love to see it as a quick pass out and quick bump off the defender. As KEARNS now looking to counterattack this ruck, they see an opportunity, but American Fork able to keep possession and keep the drive alive. Oh, KEARNS almost intercepted that ball, but American Fork was able to squeak it through. American Fork now midfield ruck as they continue to attack that right side. Great running, resourcing. KEARNS over the top of it, looking to poach it. They do successfully poach that. No problems from the ref, so they get to steal the possession back. Counterattack. American Fork a little disjointed and unorganized. Passes it over the top, but doesn't go into hands. Goes out of bounds, and American Fork's going to get that ball back. But looks like KEARNS is going to be speedy and dangerous on that outside edge. So American Fork's going to have to work hard to resource properly and get that ball where it needs to go. KEARNS has quite the size on American Fork as their forward pack is all about roughly the same size, 6'2", 6'3", over 200 pounds. Some big boys running around on this field and some great skills being displayed, so should be an exciting game as American Fork having a hard time getting that ball out, a little bit of a handling error, and they're actually going to blow that up for a midfield scrum. KEARNS now with a, looks like they're loading one side of the ruck on the right side here with their backs, so looking like they're going to attack this right side with some of their speed and might look to chip it over. As he does keep that ball in hand, draws in a defender. Hard running from the 12 here at KEARNS. Beautiful little offload to his wing, who tiptoes down the sideline, able to keep himself in bounds. Cuts it back in. KEARNS now resets the ball. Hard running there right into the defender. Bumps him off, but able to latch onto that leg and stay there. KEARNS now feeds it out. Gets spun around a little bit, but able to stay on his feet, bump off a couple more defenders. Keeps running hard. Unfortunate handling error there, but looks like it went back. Nope. Double knock on, so ref's going to blow that up, and it's going to be scrummed down to American Fork. KEARNS looks dangerous on this outside edge. Their back's got some size and speed and skills, so should be an exciting time to see them attack from set pieces. American Fork going to have to be scrappy and work hard to use their speed to attack that outside edge and keep up with this large and in charge 12-13 combo here at KEARNS. American Fork now have a deep back line. Blindside wing now. Looks like the 9's going to wait for the 8-man to come pick it up, pass it out. They're going to play inside their 22, which is always risky business. Get slightly outside of that 22, but KEARNS sets up the defensive shape to come and attack American Fork. As American Fork now still has a deep pod, catches that ball 5 meters behind that gain line, but is able to break a tackle, keep his legs driving. Great offload there is American Fork now trying hard to keep that ball going. But number 15 at KEARNS playing the ball and also talked back to the ref, so double penalty there. American Fork gets to march 20 meters down the field. As the original penalty was playing on the ground, and American Fork's going to quick tap it, get it to the big boys. Sees a gap. Takes a couple people to bring him down, so American Fork now gets to flip the field and has an attacking opportunity just like that. Looks like they knew better than I did about running it out of their 22. American Fork now catches the ball flat-footed as they continue to try and poke and prod at this KEARNS defense. It's eventually brought down, and American Fork looking to recycle as the ball spills out onto KEARNS' side, and KEARNS has a counterattack, a little bit of a show and go. KEARNS now running down, and American Fork up around the head and neck area, but the ref doesn't seem like that's to be an issue, so KEARNS continues to attack that left side, and what a speedster down that left side. Lightning fast down that attacking edge, and KEARNS able to dot it down just like that. This game is back and forth like a great-looking tennis match as we herd our necks looking from one side to the other. As this team's got speed, both these teams have speed, both these teams got some skills to show and go and hit the gaps the way that they need to, going from one side of the field to the other. Not a lot of continuity in between phases, but enough skills to keep that entertainment going and enough speed to take advantage of any mistakes shown by either side. So should be a very exciting, fast, quick match with some quick scores and long runs. Always makes out for a great day of rugby. KEARNS is quite a historic program. They've been around for quite a few years. They've gone through their ups and downs. They had a great stint there at the end of the 2000s. Competed really well on the national level, competed really well on the state level. Went down, dispersed into a few different clubs, but now they're back, ready to attack as their historic selves. And American Fork, only a couple years under their belts, brand new team, in the same area as United, so able to feed off and collect quite a few great players, great rugby minds down in that valley. So should be an exciting match to see quite some athletes from these different schools continue to fight and work hard to impress their team. So conversion made by KEARNS, adds on to their lead 7-0. American Fork will look to reset this kick and try and keep that ball in KEARNS' half, but as we've seen, KEARNS and American Fork look like they're able to score on any side of the field, in any position, in any space, so doesn't really matter about field territory in this game, it appears. Maybe I'm wrong, but it appears that there's some skills being shown here. Is a quick little scrubby kick for the restart. It does go 10 meters. Takes a couple tacklers to try and get him down, but he doesn't go down. Offloads it to the 14. It does well to cut it back in. Very wise by that 14, by that right side wing. 10 with some speed as he hits the gap. American Fork had quite a few gaps in that defensive line. Eventually caught up to him and brought him down, but a quick little pop off the ground. Kearns continues to attack hard, running down, stumbling down, dives over the line and scores again. Another quick score for Kearns. American Fork's defensive line was all disjointed and all over the place, and smart running by the 10 of Kearns to hit that gap hard and run through. Quick pop off the ball. This Kearns team seems to have some continuity, seems to have some swag. They know how to play with each other, and that's what rugby's all about. If you have some great continuity with your team, if you know your team really well, you can make some magic happen. So that's what Kearns looks like they do, and it's what they love to do. American Fork trying to rely heavily on their setup and training, being well drilled by their coaches, but it looks like they weren't in the right spot that time, and Kearns was able to take advantage of that. Kearns now with the conversion, chips it through, swing of the leg, easy all the way through the post. So Kearns adds even more onto their point total, 14-0. As the number 2 Kearns starts to flex their muscle on the number 3 Cavemen in the varsity blue tier 2 division. American Fork will look to reset this. We'll see if they go the same way since they attack aggressively from the other side. It looks like they are going to go down the middle this time. Kearns now takes it in contact. Great gang up tackle on the number 4 Kearns player as American Fork continues to fight for that ball. Breakdown a bit dirty there, but Kearns gets the ball back as they look to feed it all the way down that line back to their speedster on that left edge. Looks like we're going to come back for an infraction. Looks like it's going to be a knock on or forward pass called by the assistant ref and well counseled by the head referee here. We're going to have a scrum down. Great attacking platform for the American Fork Cavemen. See if they're able to take advantage of this. Their first major possession of the game. They're able to set up their platform and see if they're able to do a set piece play here. They've got their 4 backs out to the right with their blindside wing to the right side. Fullbacks joining in the line, right behind the 12 and 13, right in that gap. So maybe look for a misdirection pass, look for a pass out the back, maybe some looping plays here. As he continues to move outside the 13, so looks like it might just be a regular pass down the line, some drawn pass, simple but effective. Kearns manning up really well, not expecting any sort of kick. Fullback's the only one back, both the wings flat up on the defensive line. 8-man pick on the weak side. Doesn't get much of anything going there, and the ball spills out and Kearns picks it up. And Kearns continues to attack and drive hard, moving forward. American Fork doing what they can to try and bring down those big Kearns players as they drive them out of bounds using that 16th man on the sideline to get possession, get the ball back. But it looks like American Fork was actually the ones that, not sure what's going on here, but see if there's any hand signals coming in from the ref. Looks like it's going to be a scrum down to American Fork. So it looked like it might have been a knock on by Kearns. American Fork, similar lineup, fullback directly behind the scrum. We'll see if they go with the 8-man pick again, but They do. This time, 8-man passes out to the 10. The 10 loops around the 12. The 12 sees a little bit of a gap, puts on a stiff arm, knocks the KEARNS 10 down to the ground. Beautiful little hard running there as he's barreling through. No one's able to bring him down as people are falling off his back, scratching his back as he goes on to score a try underneath the post. Beautiful little piece of running there as he had the backdoor option out to the fly half. Saw a gap, shot through it. Beautiful little stiff arm. Pushes the KEARNS 10 down to the ground. KEARNS scratches their back as they dive over the line and score a try, get on the board. Kick doesn't get any easier than this, so it's almost a guarantee that American Fork will cut down the deficits 14-7, staying in this game. KEARNS look like they might have had the opportunity to really pull away quick and early here, but American Fork's got some fire, got some speed on it themselves, so they're able to score from anywhere on the field. KEARNS now ready to reset this ball. First of the game for them. Well taken by American Fork. Sees a little bit of a gap, hits the ball. Great gain tackle there by KEARNS to bring him down. American Fork now looking to recycle, get set up properly in their system. Looks like KEARNS coming around the outside, clearly offsides. There's no way that that was clean. So blown up by the ref, offsides. American Fork now looking to quick tap it. Must not have confidence in their line out or kicker to kick it down the field. Quick tapping in their half, quite the feat. They've got a little bit of a trick play there, but they get up to the 10-meter line and we'll look to reset this, passing it down their line. Very kind of timid passing going on right now by American Fork. KEARNS all over this, aggressive on defense, but looks like KEARNS has a little bit of a penalty issue as there's been quite a few penalties being called recently as American Fork looks again to recycle. KEARNS up quick though, as he has no option but to take it in. American Fork trying to defend that ball as hard as they can, but KEARNS trying to hold up the attack, but American Fork does well to get him down on the ground and recycle the ball. Little show and go. Gets back to the original gain line. Again, passes it out to the try scorer. Grabs the ball, shoots it back inside. American Fork doing a lot of work to not gain a lot of meters as KEARNS is going to attack that ruck. If they're going to sit there the entire time, KEARNS is going to attack it, and American Fork is taking their sweet time at the breakdown to make something happen and not really attacking the ball. American Fork just kind of stagnant, standing on their feet, waiting for the ball to come to them. KEARNS is being the aggressor, coming up and attacking hard. American Fork now doing a lot of work back and forth, but not really moving forward or back. Not really finding those gaps they were at the beginning of the game. Looks like they're a little bit tired already. Recycles long and arduous. A little bit of breaking the action for an intentional knock-on by KEARNS. As American Fork will now probably tap it again. Don't know what the strategy is with this, but their team must know better than I do about what their skills and strengths and weaknesses are. So we go with a quick tap, hard charging forward for the American Fork Cavemen. Bumps off a couple, stays on his feet, eventually brought down. As again, a long ruck is set up there. A little bit of misdirection, pass out to the right, and then swing it back to the left. A little bit of an offload there as he fought off a couple defenders. Keeps his legs driving and pushing. Kearns eventually brings him down, and again, American Fork willing to just sit on top of that ruck as Kearns gets feisty, looking to counterattack that. And American Fork with the knock on. That's going to be the danger for the American Fork Cavemen. If they take any longer on those breakdowns, Kearns are going to keep attacking that and keep pushing people back onto that 9's leg, which exactly happened there. American Fork's got to find a faster way to recycle that ball. Letting that ball sit there and linger for that long, Kearns is able to reset their defense, reset their defensive line, and even contest that ruck, disrupting it a little bit, making it dirty for the American Fork Cavemen to try and get a clean setup going. So definitely something that the American Fork coaching staff should take a look at, is resetting those rucks, making it quicker with an 8-man pick off the side. Quick little step there, a couple men falling off the tackles. Another step inside. That 14's got quite the right-footed step as Kearns continues to attack and push, keep the legs driving. Some hard running here. Kearns now with the reset. Beautiful little setup line for Kearns as they're looking for some gaps. They got some space on the outside, but the ball doesn't go into hands, so a little bit dirty there as they do some quick foot stepping, trying to find some gaps on the midfield. American Fork got over the top of it and was able to poach it, so very unique there. Again, American Fork willing just to sit over the ruck for a long time for a quick little pick and go. Saw an opportunity. Defensive post there by Kearns wasn't there, so gained a couple meters. American Fork now again looking just to pass it and don't really have a lot of back plays going. Kearns able to slap it out of the air and get the ball back as they feed it out to the outside edge. They've got some numbers, they've got speed, they've got size. They just need to get it there. As 15 comes barreling through, puts on a couple steps, puts on another step, knocks off another defender, runs into the post. That's a defender you're never going to bump off, and he's able to score that right underneath the post. So Kearns now attacking hard, attacking aggressively. American Fork just taking their time, slowing down that ball is not working out for them. Ideally, you want that ball out quick. You want that ball out fast so the defense doesn't have time to reset. Right now, American Fork is willing to sit over the top of that ball for a long time, giving Kearns the opportunity to reset their defense and even contest that ruck, disrupting it even a little bit. Generally, if you're going to take time at the ruck to set something up, you're going to set something up that's unique and dangerous. But right now, American Fork is just sitting over the ball, not really doing a whole lot when they do pass it out. So it's just slowing it down and getting tackled behind the gain line, and Kearns is definitely taking advantage of that. They're attacking hard, disrupting the ruck, really just making life difficult for the American Fork Cavemen as he slots this one through right in front of the posts. Another 2 points as Kearns adds to their lead 21-7. American Fork slowly coming up. Rugby's a game of aggression, and if you're the aggressor, if you're the more aggressive one, looking to move quickly with decisive decisions and all that sort of stuff, you generally come out on top, and Kearns is proving that theory here today as they're building on their lead with just quick, fast decisions. As American Fork does another little squib kick. Goes barely 10. Kearns opts to grab it anyways, so American Fork will look to counterattack this, but too many people there already, and Kearns now has a great back line that they're looking to step, but American Fork does well to get over the top of it. American Fork was able to get over the top of that and disrupt the ball a little bit, able to poach it, get possession back. It's a very interesting play being done by American Fork. Their offense is slow, but their defense is up quick. Their defense is over the ball to try and poach it, get some penalties. They've done that a few times. Looks like they're just trying to disrupt Kearns and their speed and agility as much as they can, but right now it's not working out too well for them. got a player injured down here, so we're going to take some time. Again, player safety of utmost importance here. Utah Youth Rugby want to make sure that these young ruggers are able to play in a safe game, safe environment, and really develop those skills as the pathway to the professional leagues is getting built out in a more clean and organized fashion, with youth rugby leading into college rugby, with a great MLR professional league being played right now. Utah Warriors showing off some great skills as well. So rugby growing and developing extremely well. And if there's anything to say about this crowd out today watching some high school rugby, is that the growth of the sport is exciting and getting more and more people inside of it. As the American Fork Cavemen now look to quick tap it and pass it down the line, but an unfortunate slip there as he falls to the feet of the defenders. Kearns got over the ball and does some poaching of themselves as they look for a quick tap and attack aggressively as they do. Pass it down that left side to their speedster down there. Kearns with a lot of dangerous weapons on each side as that ball hung up a little bit and was lucky enough to reel it in. Kearns now attacking quick, hard running onto that ball, bumping hard. Kearns 9 looking for a quick tap, but is brought down by American Fork. Looks like the ball spilled out as well, so American Fork gets the advantage for a knock-on. As they now take their time to really recycle, but again, Kearns can come up quick and cut off any kind of outlet pass, as Kearns was over the ball, but looks like the ref wasn't happy with it, as he's going to go back to the original infraction of a knock-on by the 9 of Kearns. American Fork with the feed now. They retain possession. 10 finds a little bit of a gap as Kearns came up quick, but the opposing 10 didn't join his defensive line, so there was a huge gap there for the American Fork to take advantage of. And again, American Fork slow at the ruck, gives enough of an opportunity to Kearns for counterattack that ruck, disrupt it a little bit, making it dirty, but American Fork doing well to be advantageous on this kind of sloppy ball here as they've resourced quite a few people to the ruck to try and keep possession of it. Kearns' defensive line has gaps all over the place as they come up at different speeds. A little bit disjointed, but American Fork doing well to kind of spot those gaps and attack them. Again, ball is slow at the ruck as they do a little bit of a handoff to a forward who just kind of gains a meter or so, falls down as American Fork will slow it down even more and do some pick and goes, keep it with the forwards, draw on some of the Kearns defenders. But these Kearns defenders are staunch in defense and came up quick there with an easy little pick off. No one's going to catch him, but looks like the ref's going to blow that up and it's going to go back for offsides. That is quite a thing. It's hard to prove the American Fork with a quick tap, passing it out. Fortunately, doesn't go into hands, but the ref's going to blow that up for a knock-on. So American Fork with a great attacking opportunity, a great chance to put some points on the board and are not able to do it. So there's going to be scrum down to Kearns and see if they can get the ball out of their territory. If we've seen anything, it's that Kearns can score from anywhere on the field. So expect them to keep the ball in hand. Ideally, you'd want to kick here, gain some territory, give away your possession for territory, since rugby is a highly critical territory game. But with Kearns being the aggressor and keeping that ball in hand, being able to score anywhere on the field, they might just opt to keep the ball in hand as they do feed it out, but they do kick it. It is quite the kick as he gains some territory there just outside of his own 22. going to be the American Fork Cavemen line out. Right outside of the KEARNS 22. American Fork up goes to the second pod, but clearly not straight, so the ball is going to be given to KEARNS for a scrum. Both these forward packs have some size, have some power, so these scrums are always entertaining and fun to watch as they're going to continue to contest and fight and scrape for every advantage they can get anytime they have a head-up competition here. Scrum's a beautiful part of the game, as shows off the power and strength of that front row, supporting their own weight and supporting the weight of their opponents. KEARNS now wins that ball, sends it back. Couple misdirecting lines as they continue to attack that outside edge. He's got some speed and sees a gap. Beautiful little offload there to his winger, but the American Fork Cavemen wing on that side able to hold on and drag him down. As American Fork are still trying to get back on defense. KEARNS with a quick attack, but American Fork drives him behind. KEARNS now feeding the ball down the line. They've got some size. They've got an outside edge. They got an offload, but an unfortunate knock on there. Handling error going to result in a scrum for the American Fork Cavemen, but a huge opportunity on that outside edge. They had no one outside of that. If that ball went to hands, it was an easy try. So KEARNS definitely want to take a note of that they have that speed and advantage on the outside edge and could probably score at will, as they've been shown to do so. American Fork keeps possession of the game, of the ball. Able to slot through a little bit of a gap there from KEARNS, but eventually brought down to the midway point. American Fork tried to just pick and go, but looks like they're going to be held up by KEARNS. They continue to push that ball forward, trying to drag him down and recycle that ball back. American Fork now passing out to the left. Another pass out to the left as KEARNS is up quick in defense. American Fork slowing it down more. Deep pass to the left as the break a tackle and able to make something out of nothing as he was tackled, tried to get back up, but tackled again. American Fork attacks this left side edge. Another handling error by American Fork. So scrum down to KEARNS. Unfortunate there, they'd had some momentum, they had some go forward ball. They just couldn't piece it together, they couldn't keep it going, and KEARNS is going to get that ball back and will look to attack it aggressively. Ref taking some time to make sure that the rucks are set up properly. A little bit of a shaky scrum there, but gets the job done as the ball goes back to the KEARNS 9 and feeds it out to the 10. Does a little bit of a trick play, a little bit of looping line, sends it up. Another forward pass is what it looks like, and the ref is going to call it. Forward pass there. Drifted forward, but American Fork has possession, so they're going to play with an advantage. As the ruck again is a little bit scrappy as American Fork slows it down and KEARNS able to attack, but hard running by American Fork shows that they're able to attack through those gaps. Eventually brought down. American Fork now taking their time to again recycle that ball, sends it back. Hard running by the American Fork prop there. Tackled again, looking for where he wants to go. If there's anything set up, one pass hit up, bumps off, goes through a gap, dives over, scores. Right next to the post, so should be an easy conversion. American Fork stays in this game, adding to their point total 12 to 21. Should be an easy conversion to come, but you never know with the wind and with rugby, anything's possible. Quick little drop kick there, easily through the posts, and that's going to be halftime. So off to a quick start in the beginning of the half, start the game off, but slowed down quite a little bit towards the end. Each team taking advantage of hard running, not going down on the first contact, proving to be the deciding factor for when tries are scored. Just goes to show that you can never stop your legs, and if you don't, good things happen. We'll take a quick break at halftime and join you back up again for the exciting second half of this boys varsity blue tier 2 game with the number 2 KEARNS up by 7 against the number 3 CAVEMEN. Thanks for listening. Welcome back to the second half of this game with KEARNS up by 7, 21 against the American Fork Cavemen, 14. KEARNS now will look to restart this second half with a drop kick, and should be an exciting second half as we see some more skills, some more speed. The ref now blows a whistle to restart this game. KEARNS now sends a booming kick, perfectly positioned for both teams to contest it. Hits the ground, bounces. KEARNS gets the ball, able to start the second half on a very aggressive note, attacking hard. Continue to bounce some defenders off. KEARNS will now recycle, got a strong running forward, bumping off a couple tacklers as he continues to drive forward. Takes 3 Cavemen to bring him down. KEARNS now switches the side of attack to the right side, finds a little bit of a weak edge, bumps off a couple players, a few good stiff arms as he's through over the try line and dots it down. Beautiful little individual run there. Take a look at the replay as KEARNS did really, really well to swap the field. They saw an opportunity on the right side, saw some gaps. And the KEARNS attack did really well to swap the side and continue the aggressive attack. Hard running done by the KEARNS forwards. Takes a couple Cavemen to bring them down. Again, tackling, one of the more important skills in all of rugby. You do it so often and so critical to bring down the ball runner on that first contact, because if they're able to break that first tackle and continue to run, it's hard to stop that momentum. So American Fork got to tighten up those defenses, build on those shoulders, and bring down those hard attacking KEARNS runners on that first contact to make their lives a little bit easier on defense. But KEARNS now slots that easily and continues to build on their lead. Looks like he did miss that kick, so looked like he slotted it, but my mistake. American Fork now will restart this. They get a little bit more distance and height onto that restart, and KEARNS now attacks well, but a little bit of a dangerous tackle there by the American Fork wing. KEARNS, though, doesn't seem to matter as they're continuing to attack, but American Fork with some aggression, trying to attack that, but KEARNS quick to recycle. Ball goes a little bit too far in front for them to snag that, and a little bit of a jungle ball being played there with the ball getting tossed around, and eventually knock on being called by the ref. Scrum down for the American Fork Cavemen. The great attacking platform, just about 30 meters or so out from the try line. Great attacking platform where you usually see quite a few different options being played. Looks like American Fork is going to load up the left side now. Got their weak side wing over on the right side, about 15 meters away from the scrum, so opportunity for an 8-man pick of maybe a 9 pass out to the wing, but KEARNS has resourced well with 2 defenders on this right side. But looks like American Fork's going to go to the left, but the ball spills out. The ref's not happy with something. He's going to blow it up, and it's going to be a penalty to KEARNS. Looks like American Fork didn't keep their weight in that scrum, making the scrum dangerous, so the ref didn't like that and it's going to penalize them. Got to maintain your weight, got to maintain your shape within that scrum, otherwise it's dangerous and you're going to be penalized. KEARNS tried to kick it out, but doesn't go out. American Fork did well to gut up and try and snag that out of the air. Ball is kind of all over the place, and KEARNS advantageous comes in, picks that one out of the air, continues to attack, high tackle. So another 10-meter penalty. quick tap for Kearns as they continually aggression. Nice little ball there. Splits through the gap. A little bit of an overlap. American Fork trying to resource some defenders. Having some struggles bringing them down on the first contact. Kearns now just brushing off defenders. American Fork's got to win that first engagement. If not, they're going to have a hard rest of the game. As Kearns just continues to bump people off, and handling error again leads to a American Fork scrum. A little bit of breathing room for them. American Fork very lucky to get out of that with a Kearns handling error, since Kearns was attacking very quick. Went from one side of the field down to other in the blink of an eye and bumping off defenders left and right, and American Fork was scrambling to try and get back in a good defensive shape, but Kearns handling error gets them some breathing room and maybe some possession in territory as they feed the ball down the back line. Tries to do a little show and go, but a good dual up tackle, at least so an American Fork handling error. Ball spills out, Kearns jumps on it, runs it up a little bit. Kearns now looking to continue to attack around that ruck. Saw a little bit of an open gap as they bring the ball back out and around, keeping it with the forwards. Another pick and go as American Fork's defense is kind of just lazily standing there a couple meters off the ruck. As Kearns sees an opportunity on the outside edge, they feed it perfectly down the line. Easy peasy, walks over, places it down, and that's a try to Kearns. As we see some good drawn pass done by Kearns as they sucked in the defenders, let them in, did some offloads, found an outside edge. It's about 3-on-1 on that outside edge, and you're going to score every day when there's only one defender against 3 offensive players. Classic little rugby technique, rugby drill, 2-on-1, 3-on-1, one defender against 3 offense. That's a try waiting to happen all day, every day. Kearns builds on their lead, adds 5 points on. 31-14 with a conversion to come. Kearns kicks it over. Looks like it was wide right, so unconverted try there. However, Kearns continued to build a strong lead, 31-14. Doubling up their opponents. American Fork looked like they did some subs at half. They had some fresh legs, some fresh faces. Kearns currently doing some subs, so be exciting to see where what these fresh legs can do, what kind of speed and conditioning they have to bring some juice into each of their teams. A high, beautiful kick. Kearns doesn't bring it in, bounces off the chest, and that's a knock-on, so it's going to be a scrum down to American Fork. Hopefully this time American Fork can take advantage, keep their shape, keep their strength, and push hard against this strong Kearns forward pack. Another great opportunity for American Fork to take advantage and try and get some points on the board. About 10 minutes into the half, and Kearns is built on their lead. Ref goes through his cadence. Scrum gets settled in. Ball slowly comes feeding back out to the 9. The 9 passes it out. Ball's a bit in front, not able to get it. 12 comes in just in time to snag it and offloads it out. Beautiful little quick pass out there, skipping over to the wing. The wing's got some speed, but takes it tentatively into contact, stays on his feet, offloads it again. Lots of offloads being shown. The ball's not going to the ground. I guess the coach had enough at halftime with the slow ruck, so he just said, you know what, offload it. Again, slow ruck, so American Fork able to kind of step through some gaps. Cavemen now attacking on the left side, seeing some gaps, shooting through with some strong runners. Ball was knocked down by American Fork, so that knock-on penalty, but back for the original infraction of offsides to KEARNS. So ref was playing an advantage there. They're going to go for a quick tap. They think they have some space on the outside. A beautiful pass, but doesn't go into hands. He had plenty of space, plenty of options, but not able to get the ball into his teammate's hand there on the wing. That would have been an easy walk-in try, but not able to make it happen. Looks like American Fork has some life in them. They want to play with some speed in the second half. First half was pretty slow, especially towards the end, so American Fork looking to change it up a little bit. KEARNS will have the line out since the ball spilled out from the A-wire pass from the number 9 from American Fork. KEARNS now tosses it into the front pod. Doesn't go into hands, but goes into the chest of one of his teammates. Bumps off one defender as he continues to run hard with a great offload. KEARNS now off to the races, using that speed to gain some meters, but American Fork over the top, looking to poach the ball. It does successfully. Ref says it's all good, so got over the ball really well. Showed his hands, got over. A little bit of a scrappy ruck. Ref not happy with anything going on in there and just decides to reset the ball with a penalty. American Fork losing their feet, not maintaining their shape in that ruck, so the ref's going to penalize that all day. As KEARNS now gets some breathing room from what was a very aggressive American Fork attack. The ref and the AR will take some time to discuss something. Not sure what's going on, but looks like the AR saw something he really didn't like. Looks like he's going to stop the game. Looks like they're swapping the penalty, so before the original penalty of not keeping his feet in the ruck, there was a high tackle by a KEARNS player on a caveman. So that will swap the possession, swap the penalty, and give the caveman the opportunity to do a quick tap and pass it down the line, trying to attack this outside edge. There's a beautiful gang up tackle there to bring down a hard running caveman as he picks and goes on the right side. Lots of bodies slapping against each other, some hard hits here. Love to hear it. Some meat slapping, some would say. Cavemen now looking to recycle. The ref's going to play the original knock-on, so ball to KEARNS. Not sure what happened there, what was going in the mind of the 9, but 9s usually have a busy job, lots going on, trying to find lots of different options, usually referred to as the quarterback of the rugby field, usually trying to dictate, direct, and show where everything needs to go with a beautiful pass. Often leads to some silly mistakes, and that one was exactly that. KEARNS with the feed. American Fork trying to push them off the ball, but KEARNS does well to keep possession. Quick feed up there, sees a little bit of a gap, able to bump off a couple defenders. American Fork not doing well to bring him down. He gains even more meters with people around him. Refs giving an advantage for a high tackle to KEARNS as an American Fork defender comes barreling through, disrupting that ruck. Ball goes bouncing around through the back end. No advantage being played for KEARNS. The ball is bouncing around, losing field position, losing possession. Ref's going to come back to the original penalty of a high tackle on American Fork. So the KEARNS able to do a little bit of a quick tap, take advantage of a little bit of a disjointed American Fork defense. Couple quick bumps there, but eventually brought down. Not able to bring in the possession. Bounces forward, and American Fork snaps it up. Quick attack there. He was off faster. And again, another handling error by American Fork. So a couple critical handling errors on both teams, setting up some attacking scrums, but losing some major momentum. American Fork splitting up their KEARNS splitting up their attack, having the fly half come around from the right side to the left side, passes the ball, had an opportunity, but would pass it behind his fullback. American Fork jumps on it, gets possession. Great little pick and go there by number 1 as he continues to barrel forward. Now KEARNS having a hard time bringing down the attackers. But again, handling errors, people throwing themselves all over the place. Looking like Little League soccer over here with bodies barreling all over the ball. Finally gets to reset, recycle, kind of clean it up a little bit. Ref hasn't blown it up yet. Surprised he hasn't seen anything that he's not happy with. Finally does it, blows it up again. Reaches into his pocket, looks like a penalty card might be coming. Yellow card to a KEARNS player. Looks like the ref has had enough with something, probably just continual offenses there. So number 5 has been a naughty boy and is on his way to the sin bin. 10 minutes to think about what he's done. American Fork now has the opportunity to do a little bit of a tap and go. Attack aggressively, going through that gap, closes quickly as both defenders come closing in on him. Another handling error by American Fork right on that try line as KEARNS picks it up and tries to run it out of their try line. American Fork trying to slow it down. They want that ball back. They're going to do anything to get it. But KEARNS able to attack that outside edge as all the defenders of American Fork were up and around the ruck. KEARNS now being held up. Lots of American Fork defenders up on the ruck trying to steal that ball back. But KEARNS doing well to keep possession. And the ref not happy with what he saw there at the ruck, being slowed down by American Fork, so he's going to come back to the original knock-on. Look, he's having more of a conversation. Lots went on, just barely, so wouldn't be surprised if the ref needs to take some time to go through the cycle of everything that just happened. Interesting little drop kick there as it tries to get the ball out of bounds but doesn't get much distance on it, so American Fork now has a very advantageous line out about 10 meters out from the try line. This always makes the defenders very nervous. I'd say even more nervous than a bag of cats at a greyhound meet when their backs are up against the try line and you're only a little bit ahead of your opponent. Makes life quite stressful with 20 minutes left in this game, 17 minutes left in this game. American Fork has the skills and ability to come back and should have an entertaining game as a beautiful little cutback pass there. American Fork looking to barrel through as KEARNS tried to slow it down even more. And passing it out to the right side here. Sees a little bit of a gap, passes it out to the wing, a little bit behind him and high. But he's able to grab it, but the ref didn't like it and thought it was a knock on, so he's going to blow that up and it's going to be scrummed down to KEARNS. Each time that American Fork's close to closing, they do something foolish and silly, and that time it was a knock-on, so it's going to be slowed down. KEARNS is doing well to defend their try line. They've been down here for quite a while, and their staunch defense is holding up. American Fork making it harder on themselves by making these penalties and knock-ons quite frequent. American Fork wanting to prove themselves as a newer team against a older team, so looks like American Fork still has a little bit to learn as KEARNS has been able to hold off any sort of attack or aggression and keep themselves well in front for most of this game. Kearns 9 now looking to pass it out to their 10. 10 passes it down to the 15. 15 does a little bit of a grubber kick. Interesting option there is the fullback of American Fork has some speed and runs onto it, but is brought down aggressively by the Kearns defender. And that's a high tackle again by Kearns, so another quick tap by the American Fork Cavemen will give them a ball out to the right side. As he continues to barrel forward, stumbling, bumbling, rumbling. Brought down just a few meters in front of the try line, and American Fork now taking their time at the ruck to resource properly, find what they want to do. A little quick pick and go, but Kearns snapped it up real quick, brings him down right next to the ruck. As American Fork resourcing quite a few people, and again, the ref sees something he does not like, not releasing. Ball carrier was brought to ground. The defender didn't release him. They have to have an opportunity to place the ball, and if the defense doesn't give them an opportunity to do that, then it's going to be a penalty to the attacking team. As they do another quick tap and go, pass it out, sees the gap, dives over. Looks like that's a try. So American Fork, after a long time in this half, finally puts a score on the board with a little bit of quick tap and go and pass out to the wide with a dive over the line. American Fork going to cut that lead down to 19-31. With 14 minutes left in this game, plenty of time for American Fork to come back, but they're going to have to stop the handling errors and making mistakes if they're wanting to score enough points in enough time to make this game theirs. Again, a bit of a windy field here, so ball falls over the tee. Again, in rugby, wherever the ball is placed, brought out parallel from that spot from the sideline, so a little bit of a challenging kick here, but luckily has the wind to his back. Slices it extremely well, goes down the middle, adds 2 more points, so it's 21-31. Making this game that much more interesting. So the winner of this will advance on to the next week, play in Zions Bank Stadium, the home field of the Utah Warriors, to face off against the winner of Temana and Westlake. Restart, gets held up in the wind. Barely goes 10, but American Fork opted to go for it and knocked it on. A little bit of a silly mistake there. Had he just left it, would have gone 10 and they would have had a center field scrum, but instead tried to grab it, had a handling error, and now Kearns has a great attacking scrum position, which seems to be quite their favorite spot, this midfield scrum. They've done some damage to American Fork from this position multiple times in this game, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of a trickery from the 10 and 15. Do some misdirections, some skip passes, some loop arounds, trying to get that attacking edge, as American Fork is not expecting any sort of kick or anything like that, as they're going to line up man-to-man against them on defense. As Kearns feeds it in, passes it out to the left, ball bounces just in front of the 10, so whatever play they had mopped up, they've got to scratch it and do some improvisation. Perfectly timed tackle, as tried to grab the ball, but went out of his hands, and American Fork now flips the field with a scrum almost in the exact opposite position from where Kearns had one previously. It's quite well-timed tackle there, or hit, as the ball was just barely in the fingertips hands of the Kearns player, and American Fork was able to disrupt that a little bit and have the ball go to ground. But they were able to get a scrum and see if they can make anything happen. American Fork scores here, then they're definitely in this game and able to make it very interesting. Referee going through his cadence. The American Fork number 9 feeds it in. Passes it out. Beautiful line drive pass there. Looping, run in from the number 1. Inside center there. Beautiful little offload there. And that was a beautiful little set piece play. Hard running, crashing ball from the 12. As he goes barreling through, beautiful little offload to drag in the defender and offloads it perfectly well there. We definitely have a game on our hands. This game is not for the lighthearted, as anything can change at any moment. Kearns probably thinking they had this one away a couple minutes ago. Now they're only up by 3. Got to make the Kearns coaches more nervous than a gypsy with a mortgage. American Fork now seems to have a little bit of life in them, having a little bit more fun. I'd say about as much fun as a Fortnite gamer with his mom's credit card. Yeah. Kearns with a great restart, popping it right up into the air and dropping it right behind the 22. American Fork wanting to keep possession, have to keep go forward ball if they want any hope of taking the lead here. Looks like these subs at halftime had some spunk in them, and they're able to attack it really aggressively and comes across through the line, poaches the hole perfectly. No one in front of him. He's got some speed. And just like that, American Fork has flipped the game. They take the lead with only 8 minutes left in the game. What a beautiful little run there by that far side wing. Spotted a gap, hit it through, bumped off a couple defenders, and now American Fork charges into the lead. Beautiful little drama being displayed here. Just like that, Kearns had a comfortable position, but American Fork keeps crawling, fighting, attacking back. Makes rugby such a beautiful game is that at any moment, anything can happen. You can score from anywhere on the field. Anyone can score from anywhere on the field. And this game is a great example of that. American Fork slices it through, and it goes over for another 2 points. So now American Fork Cavemen go storming into the lead, 35-31. It's almost as if these cavemen have discovered fire and have used it to fire up their passions and take the lead in this game. Kearns now with the wind blowing hard. Ball gets held up a little bit in the air. American Fork, though, takes it comfortably. Spots another gap, but unfortunate ball handling error there as he goes into contact. Ball rolls forward. Refs playing advantage for Kearns, and Kearns now has a little bit of aggression as they're going forward. A little bit of a dangerous tackle there. Ref now playing advantage for a high tackle as Kearns running up, attacking, finding some gaps as he runs by some defenders and bumps off a defender. Looking like Lebanon James bouncing the kid off the ground like that. Something happened in this half. Producers of The Bachelor must have been in charge because we've got some drama going on here as Kearns now running it up the field, looking for that outside edge that has been very beneficial for them this entire game. Again, doing some offloads as they're attacking that right edge, slowly creeping that ball forward. And American Fork does well to push them out. And they're going to get a line out on their side there, just a couple meters outside of their try line, but not out of the woods yet as American Fork is backed up against their own try zone. as there's an injured player down on the field. And again, the old wise and confident Commissioner Brent Meyer making sure that we have a great training and medical staff on hand, making sure the player safety is absolutely critical. Good on the Commissioner and all his wise wisdom to provide such fortuitous and legendary medical staff and facilities. The injured player is slowly working his way off the field, so play will resume here soon. Just as a reminder, with this drama going on, the clock, the official time is held by the referee, so they might have a couple extra minutes on his watch that we're not aware of. So add that to the final chapters of this game and the drama that's building here. Fans and the crowds are getting into it, supporting their teams as American Fork sends a clean line out in, tries to kick it out, but sends it straight up. Not a lot of distance as the Kearns player on his way back grabs it on the full. It's brought down. Kearns trying to recycle as much as they can to keep possession of that ball. Sends it out to the 8-man. The 8-man now stumbling forward. American Fork trying to bring down that large 8-man, looking like a bunch of ants, trying to bring down a beetle. As now Kearns bumping off a couple players as he's storming through, and he dives over for a try. Incredible little individual run there right in the last couple minutes, but the game's not over yet. As we take a look at this replay, as he charges through and carries a couple bodies with him, no one was going to stop him. He was committed to the very end as he himself willed his team to take the lead in this game, getting one step closer to reaching the championship game next week at Zions Bank Stadium against the winner of Tamana and Westlake. Kearns now just 1 point in front, looking to add 2 more to build on that lead. So if they do, American Fork will have to score a try or tie it up with a penalty kick. Kearns now taking their time. The wind's blowing. Slaps it and the flags go up. So Kearns builds on their lead rather than 1 point, 3 points. So a penalty kick or a drop goal will only tie it. American Fork, if they want to seal this one away and get this win to happen, they have to score a try. I believe in overtime it just goes to drop goals since we don't have much time. So that ball is not going to go 10, but American Fork dives up and gets it. However, that ball did not go 10 meters on that restart, so it's going to come back, an option to re-kick or for a scrum for Kearns. Kearns will most likely always opt for the midfield scrum. Just like that, time is slowly bleeding away. Kearns now with the center field scrum. Critical to keep possession here. Can't risk anything, allow American Fork to get that ball and score a quick try. But American Fork has been very aggressive in this second half. Those subs came in with a little bit of spunk and life and sparked something underneath them that really got them going as they try and push that scrum, and they're a very dominant scrum, but the 8-man picked it and ran with it. 10, 15, 15 out to 13, first 13. A little bit of Butterfingers there as he's dropped it. American Fork now has the ball and an opportunity to score. Kearns' defense is all over the place, very disjointed, not very organized, as American Fork's going to look to take advantage of some chaos happening on the field. A little bit of a storm up on the top. American Fork keeping possession. Kearns' aggressive defense up, trying to maintain American Fork from crossing that center field line, giving themselves enough of a buffer to correct any mistakes that might happen. But American Fork staying on their feet, staying aggressive, attacking hard as they're taking their time at the ruck, time that they don't have as time slowly bleeds out. Again, the ref has the official time, so even though our clock might be over, the ref might still have a couple extra minutes on his watch, which might just come in handy and be the deciding factor here in this game. American Fork now working the phases, keeping possession. Kearns contesting the ruck, trying to get that possession back to try and end this game. Kearns did win the ball back, so they now have possession back. Might just be too little too late as American Fork's going over the top to try and get that ball back, but Kearns keeping possession. An unfortunate handling error there. An American Fork trying to get on top of it, but looks like ref is playing an advantage for a knock-on. He was playing an advantage for an American Fork knock-on, so it would have been Kearns' ball anyways. A little bit of an excitement there. And again, the ref has the official time, so although we're not sure how much time he does have left, he's going to be checking his watch regularly and updating the players so that they are aware of how much time is left and what the situation is. Kearns with the put in. Ball comes back to the 8-man. Ball spills out a little bit. American Fork's all over it. They're going to do anything that they can to get that ball. And that's a penalty to American Fork. Extremely lucky for them. They now get the possession on what seems to be the final play. If they kick it out, quick tap it, sending it down the line. Kearns up quick in defense. And again, it spies a little bit of a gap there, a little bit of a show and go, but briefly snagged there. American Fork retaining possession, doing well not to make any mistakes. Kearns is over the ball, but able to steal it. The ref sees that poach totally clean, totally fair. A little bit of a knock on there. Not sure if the ref saw it. He kicks it out. Knock on to American Fork. But he's going to have a quick conversation with his AR, make sure that that call was right. But that's going to be the game. Unfortunate end for American Fork, who fought hard and tried as hard as they could to come back. Beautiful resilience being displayed here for American Fork and these two teams. Kearns, though, holds on to the end and will be playing the winner of Tamana and Westlake next week in the American Fork at a who will be playing the winner of Tamana and Westlake next week at Zions Bank Stadium. Next up on this field, on this channel, will be boys varsity red division, number 2 Herriman versus number 3 Olympus. Should be a very exciting match. Two strong single school teams. As we wait for this game to end, and as the players clear out, we'll wait for Herriman and Olympus to take the field. We're good. All right. Welcome back to the Utah State Rugby playoffs. In this match, we are going to have in the boys varsity red division, the number 2 Herriman Mustangs against the number 3 Olympus Titans. 2 great, well-drilled, well-coached, well-seasoned teams, single school, great programs being built out here in both these spots respectively. So Herriman, seed number 2, after a loss from East earlier this season. And Olympus and Herriman is always a classic battle, always a classic match, meet up multiple times throughout the year. So it should be built out to have a beautiful, well-played technical match. We're just waiting for the Herriman Mustangs to take the field. Each of these storied programs have fed quite a few great players into the college level and even at the professional level. So very exciting to see these younger players and the potential that they might have as they continue to build on those skills and continue to develop to be great rugby players. Of course, Utah Rugby is a great location for the development of this sport, as you have some of the greatest high school rugby teams in the nation here, as East, Herriman, Olympus continue to feed into some of the best college rugby teams, BYU, Utah, UVU, Utah State, and of course eventually feeds into the Utah Warriors. Utah Warriors have a few players that have played on Herriman and Olympus and various different athletes throughout the time, so very exciting to think about where these players could be in a couple years. Herriman is set to start this game off with a restart as number 10 takes off a necklace. I'm sure he doesn't want broken. As the crowd continues to build and the fans continue to cheer and support their teams. So what's going to be an exciting first round in this playoff division. Of course, the winner will play the winner of the other game that's currently being played between East and Mountain Ridge. They'll play that championship game next week in Zions Bank Stadium. But we're off now. Restart deep right as Olympus now takes it into hand, does a strong head-up run, gain a couple meters as a Herriman now sets up their defensive line. Olympus hard running off the ruck, 1-pass hit-ups as they're now looking to do a little bit of a play, but a ball handling error there will give Herriman a very advantageous attacking scrum. However, we do have an injured player down on the field, so player will be stopped briefly as the great and wise Commissioner Brent Meyer has supplied a fantastic medical staff to this tournament day, as they're going to make sure that player safety is important and absolutely critical. They're going to take some time to look at this player and stop some time here. Utah Youth Rugby continuing to grow and develop a great foundation for rugby to grow in this state and in this country. As we're getting set to restart this game with the scrum for Herriman. Herriman now has their back line set up here on the left side. Looks like their blindside wings there. The 10's looping around as the scrum gets pushed over and a little bit dirty there. Not sure what's happening, but the ref's going to blow that up and we're going to have a reset on that scrum. So we just take a quick look at the attacking lineup from Herriman. The 10 is lined up almost directly behind the scrum, so he's got an option with the blindside winger on the right side. Fullback's directly behind the scrum and fly half as well. The Fly half is slowly drifting to the left side. As the 8-man picks the right side, gives it off to the 9. The blindside wing comes and joins the fun. Ball goes down, and Herriman now has a great attacking platform just inside the 22. Strong runs from Herriman now as they do a little bit of a pass out. 10 puts on a little bit of a show, but is brought down behind the gain line. Herriman now tries to pass it out, but Olympus quick in defense, up fast, up into the face of the Herriman Mustangs. We've got another player down, but another tackle as he's bent backwards. No love lost between these teams as they play multiple times. They've got rivalries from basketball, football, rugby. I'm sure these athletes know each other well and would be happy to deal some damage. Herriman leads the all-time series against Olympus. They've been quite dominant against Olympus, and I'm sure Olympus would love to stall Herriman this year as they've already fallen once. As Herriman now kicks it out of bounds. Just barely sneaks out of bounds, and Herriman will get that ball back from the penalty. Herriman now with the full line out. Looks like they go to the middle pod. Brings it down to the maul. The maul's rolling. The maul's steaming forward, and they dive over, and Herriman with a quick score right there. But looks like there's a little bit of a dispute going on. Looks like they thought they scored a try, but they didn't see the line properly, so they're going to reset the game with the scrum. Unfortunate there for Herriman. They had that maul moving, but they thought they scored the try. The ref thought they scored the try. They unfortunately did not, and so they're going to restart with the scrum. Herriman's going to feed it in. Got the blindside wing creeping up with the 10. Crashing balls. The 10 keeps it. 12 and 13 were running hard crash lines there. Probably had a great opportunity to pass it into one of those two. But number 3, the big prop, goes barreling forward, takes a couple bodies with him. As Herriman now is going to keep pushing, fighting. But a knock-on gives Olympus a little bit of breathing room and an opportunity for them to clear the ball out of their zone. Get some territory back and start their own attack against Herriman. Olympus very lucky to get away with that without a try. That maul was not going to be stopped anytime soon, so definitely a lucky start there for Olympus, and let's see if they're able to take advantage of that. Olympus now passes it back. One quick pass and a kick. Nice kick. It goes booming. Goes just barely out of bounds over the head of the Herriman wing on this left side. That was a fantastic kick by that Olympus 10. Got about a 38-meter breathing room for his team, so definitely able to make something happen with this and create some space for more relaxing defense. Herriman now goes to the middle pod again as they send it out to their back line. 10 dummies out to the right, sends it back to the blindside wing. Olympus wasn't fooled by a lot of it and brought down that wing quickly. As Herriman now feeds it down the line. Strong stiff arm from the 13. Feeds it, offloads it out to that wing. Quickly brought down as Herriman now going sideline to sideline with their runs. 3 with a storming tackle. Brought down though. Olympus is staunch in defense. Herriman now sees that weak side edge is open. Runs through but is dragged out of bounds. However, the ref was not happy with something that he saw previously, playing advantage for a high tackle. So Herriman is going to have a opportunity to kick that ball even a little bit closer to the try line to maybe run in with that strong maul again. Herriman always so well drilled, well coached. They know what they want to do. They know how to get it done. Olympus also the exact same. Great athletes either side. Herriman now with the full line out. Just feeds it to the middle pod. Again, down to the maul. Olympus trying not to contest. Olympus tried not to contest, but there were a couple bodies in there that resisted a little bit. So that's a tricky little play there for Herriman and Olympus on both sides. For a maul to happen, you have to have some contest from the opposing team. So most times, if a maul is barreling forward, as Herriman's mauls are so strong and dominant, Olympus doesn't want to go heads up against them. So they're going to completely avoid touching that maul with any of their players so that they get an obstruction call. However, the problem with that is all players cannot be touching the maul at any point. And it looked like some of the Olympus players were still touching that maul, and so the ref was allowing that to happen as a maul, since there was some contention, even though it wasn't a lot, and they were trying their best to prevent that. Herriman again showing off that dominant maul, showing that Olympus just doesn't want any part of it. There's something to be said about a strong forward pack that's just able to dominate and take control of the game, and Herriman seems to be doing exactly that today. Unfortunately, the goal does not go through. Flags stay down, so Herriman with the small lead, 5-0, with 10 minutes into the game. Olympus now will look to restart this. Herriman now snags that ball, looking for an opportunity to run it through the gap, but clear obstruction there, even touched his friend. So Olympus now with a great attacking platform goes for a quick tap to try and catch Herriman off guards. Olympus now feeding some people through for a quick pick and go, but again, Herriman's forward is just so strong, able to drive them back. Olympus now take some time to set up their attack as they feed it through the lines, and Herriman up quick in defense. A little bit of a risky pass there. It was almost a hospital pass as ball was a little bit up and in front, and Herriman came screaming in to take that attack. Ref not seeing something that he likes in the scrum. Making sure that it's safe and secure. Herriman with the feed in. Ball comes back, 8-man pick out to the 9. 9 feeds it straight across to his back line. Great hard running tackle there, getting tackled by the Olympus defenders as they feed it across and over. Herriman doing a lot of work, not getting a lot of go forward ball, just really reaching to the gain line, and Olympus does well to force them out of bounds and uses that 16th man well in defense to get possession back. Olympus throws it in. Hard storming run by the 12 there. Well wrapped up by the Herriman defense. As Olympus now will look to attack that edge. A little bit alone there. Herriman defenders all around it. Olympus now looking to pass it out. Resourcing well to the right side. But easily brought down by the Herriman defense. Olympus doing well to keep their offensive shape and structure. Great pass by the number 9 as Herriman tries to come through, and it's an interception. Don't think anybody will stop him. He's got size and speed, but Olympus is quick to come up. Has Olympus stopped him? Looks like Olympus has stopped him. A great try-saving tackle as they're all trying to resource quickly to try and stop a quick try from happening. Incredible stuff by Olympus defense to get back and stop that from happening. But Herriman is over the try line and places it down from a weak tackle from the Olympus defense. Herriman builds on their lead, going up 10-0. A little bit of a skew ball kick there. Did not have the height, distance, or direction to go through. And Herriman stays 10-0. Olympus with the restart. Goes straight to hands with the Herriman defender. Herriman defender bumps someone off, but he stays with the tackle. Olympus doing well to keep their tackles strong. Herriman trying to get some sort of go-forward ball through these gaps. They have a little bit of an outside edge, but ball goes through the hands, drops down to the ground. A little bit of fancy footwork, but not enough fancy handwork to keep that ball in hand as the ball rolls forward and Olympus snaps that up. Olympus now with a great attacking platform as they go storming through with the forwards. Great forward pod, gain some meters. Great clear out by the Olympus forward pack there as they send it out to the 10. The 10 sees a little bit of a gap, but quickly closes from the Herriman defense. Olympus now with some aggressive running. Running hard straight lines right into the Herriman defense, testing those tackles. A little bit of a step there. Gain some meters, hands in the ruck, so that's going to be a penalty to Olympus. Even better of an opportunity for them to see what they decide to do. Doesn't seem like Olympus has much confidence in their lineup, but that's where they're going to go, so they opt for the line out. Olympus now with a very advantageous line out, just a couple meters outside of the try line. Full line out for both teams. See if Olympus will try and test their maul, or if they'll just pass it straight out to the back line. Looks like the backs are eager for the ball, but the ball goes over, so I guess we won't ever find out what was going to happen there. Herriman now passes it back quick, kicks it out, tries to get a little bit of a clearance kick out. Olympus fullback gains some meters, breaks a couple tackles, drags some people along with him. Finally is brought down to center field, about a dozen or so meters out from the try line. Olympus now working through the phases, finds a little bit of a gap, shoots a little bit of a stiff arm out, right on the try line. The 9 tries to go for it himself, is blocked up, hitting the beaches is Herriman. Herriman's getting down and dirty with it. Low man wins in this case. As 10 tries to shoot a gap, but held on by his arm just barely. Not by the Herriman chinny chin chin, says the Herriman defense. Just hold it, but he barrels over anyways, and Olympus gets on the board with a very hard-fought, well-drilled try. Teamwork always makes the dream work. Olympus now has an opportunity to close this gap significantly, closing at 5 to 10 already, with opportunity to add 2 more on top, cutting it down to 3. And he slices it over, easy peasy, adds 2 points on, cuts the lead down to 3. And just like this game is like what I was doing last night, sleeping intense. An unfortunate handling error there by Olympus. Ball rolls out, so Herriman has a great attacking platform. They'll do a 5-man line out. Looks like they know exactly what they want to do. They already had the numbers and idea. Just time for them to execute it now. As they're trying to figure out what exactly, who needs to be where. The ball drifts in the wind a little bit, definitely not straight, so Olympus lucks out with that one. Olympus gets this throw in straight, passes it down the line, hard running there by the number 12. Olympus now looking to swap the field on him, get some position, get some territory. But blocked, unfortunately, and Herriman now snags it out of the air. Herriman looking for their attack now as Olympus tries to resource correctly into the defense. Herriman now working through the phases as they look to feed their forwards, slowly bleeding into the Herriman defense, or Olympus defense. Herriman now keeping the possession alive, working it through, feeding the forwards, gives it out to the backs. The backs have a little bit of a sneaky play there. A little bit of a sneaky snake, avoids a little bit of contact, eventually is brought down. And bounces off his hands straight into Olympus, and that's going to be a knock-on. Scrum down for Olympus. Even more breathing room. Olympus has been fortunate to be down in their half, but stopped through different means to prevent Herriman from adding on to their lead. So Olympus now has an opportunity to keep possession, kick it out, and maybe get some territory to get some breathing room. They've proven that once they're down in Herriman's side, they can score, so they just need to get the ball down there. 8-man pick, swallowed up by the Herriman defense. Pass out to the left with a quick kick. Nice kick, low driving with the wind. Rolls all the way down inside the opposite 22. Beautiful kick with a counterattack to come, but a storming tackle by the Olympus defense. That counterattack had some potential, but snuffed out by the Olympus charging defense, as Herriman now is scrambling to try and get some offense going with Olympus over the ball. With a little bit of a step, Olympus now has some fire in them. As a penalty comes in with not rolling away against Herriman, Olympus now in a very good spot to decide, slow down what they want to do, decide how they want to do it. And looks like, again, they're going to go for that line out. Olympus now slowing it down a little bit, making sure that they have their attacking platform built out correctly. Got a 5-man line out. forward pod and 2 behind. Looks like the forwards are there to support, but Herriman got up there to sneak it away. Herriman now might looking to run it out. He runs through a couple defenders, finds a quick gap, and he's through, but then another handling error from Herriman will give the advantage to Olympus. Are they able to make something of this advantage, or will it be blown up back to the scrum? Looks like the ref's going to keep playing it on for a little bit, see if there's something that might come of it. Olympus now attacking hard, tries to offload, ball goes to ground. Looks like the advantage is over, so Olympus is on their own now to make something happen. Herriman up quick and strong on defense as a storming run comes in from Olympus, but quickly stopped by Herriman. Olympus now feeding it down the line. They have an option on the outside. They have some numbers. He's fending it off. It's quite the strong arm he has there to fend off 3 defenders, and eventually he's brought down. Herriman over the top of the ball to steal it. They steal it successfully. That was quick. Lightning fast reaction time from that Herriman defender to get over the ball in time to poach it. Herriman now going to try and run it out of their 22. Olympus with a strong defense. They do have numbers on the outside there on the right side, but unable to get that offload off, and the ball goes to ground, so advantage being played. But looks like the ref thought it went straight down. He also had his AR there, but didn't decide that it was enough forward for a knock-on, so Herriman now gets the clearance kick, but not the best clearance kick. Only a couple meters gained from that clearance kick, and Olympus stays there on the attack with a great position. Olympus now has a setup for an attacking platform. Ball does not go into hands, so it drops down into a Herriman forward. Herriman now storming forward, trying to make something happen from inside their half. Feeding it down the back line, some simple drawn pass. Simple yet effective, gets all the way out to the wing. Wing on wing speed. He's tackled down by the Olympus back and stays holding on. Olympus over the top of it, able to stop that from getting out. The Herriman fans do not like that one bit, but Olympus did really well to get over the ball, poach it, and now they're back on the attack. Olympus giving it to Herriman every step of the way. I'm sure they're loving this after years of losing to Herriman. Staying in this game, staying on the attack. Olympus has some height on him. Herriman has got some size. Another line-out mistake. Ball goes to ground, not straight. So it's going to be scrum or line-out option. Herriman with the scrum option. Herriman with the put in. Back. Feeds it out to the backs. The backs now running with some space. Have some speed. The 15 with a little show and go. A little step right to the 14. Excuse me. Step with 1 foot. Step to the left foot. Step to Malou, my darling, as they keep attacking. Herriman now with some fire in them to continue this attack. Unfortunately knocked out, and flag pops up. So Olympus is going to have an opportunity to get the ball back and get some territory. Very exciting game. Beautiful rugby being played by both sides, as going through the phases, going through some set plays, and each team having some luck in terms of stopping the opposite numbers of advancements. So we'll see what Olympus is able to do here to get out of their half and get some territory for them. Their lineout's able to work this time as they feed it into a hard charging center. They're back for the kick, and now gets the clearance kick. Really well kicked, beautiful angle. This 10 on Olympus is showing a classic kicking game, has quite the range on him. Got about a 45-meter clearance kick there, so definitely able to get some breathing room for his team and able to help them relax a little bit as they continue to survive the pressure of the HERRIMAN Mustangs. HERRIMAN now working it. Won their own line out and now keeping it with the forwards for now. Passes out to the backs. The backs now, again, simple draw and pass. Not a whole lot of fanciness to it, but they don't need anything. They got some hard runners here on HERRIMAN. They don't need anything fancy if they've got some speed and agility and strength. HERRIMAN now with a quick pick and go to the weak side. Referee playing advantage, looking at the Olympus offsides line. Strong running there, leaving a trail of bodies. As HERRIMAN now looks to recycle to the right side. Quick little chip over the top, sees a little bit of a gap, but a little bit too far. Playing with the advantage, however, and now he's coming back for the original penalty, which was a high tackle. So again, smart rugby IQ being shown off by both teams. Number 10 saw a little bit of a gap out behind. Figured he might as well take a try since they were playing with an advantage. Nothing was going to happen from it, and so ref blew it up and brought it back. Now they have a very good attacking line out, about 10, 15 meters out from the Olympus try line. See if they're able to maul this one in again. HERRIMAN now looking for the ball. Up they go, and the ball seems to be taken by the wind, so definitely a challenging environment we got going on here with some strong wind blowing from the southwest to the northeast, making it very hard for kicks, very hard for lineouts. So Olympus now will have the scrum. Olympus has their 10 right behind the scrum. Looks like they're just going to do a one-pass kick. See if HERRIMAN tries to challenge that and send some of their flankers out to try and block it. Now feeding across. HERRIMAN doesn't contest too strong as the ball comes flying over our commentator's booth. Our Game On Live studio booth with our great production team setting up some great replays, some great snapshots, some great commentary by yours truly. As HERRIMAN now has the line out. See if they're able to execute on this one with the wind dying down a little bit, but it goes over the top, snagged by number 5 on HERRIMAN. Not the best line out, but they keep possession and are able to continue their attack. HERRIMAN now with a little bit of a misdirection. Strong, hard running, but strong tackle by Olympus to stop them from going anywhere. 10 tries to put a little bit of something on, but referee not happy with the high tackle again. So Olympus penalized multiple times for high tackles. Olympus coach not happy about it at all. Again, tackling is absolutely critical in rugby. It happens more than anything else. So you want to have great technique, great, strong, powerful tackling, and that is not being showed off here by Olympus against this stumbling, bumbling, rumbling prop of HERRIMAN as they feed the ball out wide and continue to run hard, run fast, and challenge the Olympus defenders with their tackling. Again, ball's keeping kept alive, some great offloads, some great pops off the ground. They got some space out wide. The ball hit the ground, but wing-on-wing action going on right here as they are able to force him out of bounds, and Olympus again survives a very tricky, very skilled attack of HERRIMAN. Olympus defense doing what they can to scramble and survive. And just like the famous Bee Gees, the Olympus Titans are staying alive. Olympus jumps on the ball. They keep possession. HERRIMAN snapped it up, but referee not happy with the original knock-on, so it's going to come back to a scrum to Olympus, who I'm sure are going to look to clear this one away as far as they can and get some more breathing room. Olympus passes it back to the 10. The 10 has a booming kick, but a bad angle, so doesn't get much distance on it at all. Only got about 10, 12 meters on that kick, so Olympus still under pressure, but as we know, pressure makes diamonds, and will Olympus be able to make something out of all this pressure? It's either HERRIMAN scores a try after a lot of hard work, or Olympus can come away with a quick breakaway try all the way down the field. It's been known to happen. So Olympus keeps possession. They keep the ball alive. Olympus now are going to try and run it out of their half, trying to keep possession for a little bit, but the referee not happy with HERRIMAN's high tackle, so now HERRIMAN has a little bit of a high tackling bug on him. So Olympus now will try and get some territory and keep the possession with this penalty. And another booming kick from the Olympus 10 sends it clearing out of bounds. Gained probably another 30 meters or so. So Olympus now with the straightforward pod, trying to deflect from that wind, keeping it simple. Olympus now feeding it down the line. Some speed on the outside. Cuts the edge, cuts back on him. Nice catch-up tackle by HERRIMAN. Wasn't held, so he keeps going. Not held again, but a little bit of a handling error. The ref not happy with anything as he double taps his whistle. And he wants to have a little talk to the captains. Do a little bit of a powwow here and talk about the high tackles. Probably saying enough's enough. We can't keep doing this. You can't keep getting away with it. And of course, the always effective captain talk to their team, telling them stuff that they already know to do, but a nice reminder is always nice. And time has expired, but again, the referee has the official time on his watch, so probably has a couple extra minutes here, and we'll see how this first half ends with a very intense first half, close game. HERRIMAN up by 3, 10-7. in what is always a classic match between these two powerhouse rugby teams here in Utah. We do have a few injuries here, so that's what's taking a little bit of time here. Just making sure the medical staff is going to clear these players, making sure that they're not injured or concussed or anything like that, and are good to continue on. And both of them join back onto the field and are going to continue playing this game. As the Olympus 10 now sends a booming kick down and gets another great field position. What a kicking masterclass being showed off here. Someone give Ted Lasso a call. He's got a new kicker on this team. Olympus not able to corral that line out, so Herriman steals the ball. Unfortunate for the Titans. Herriman now with a strong running go forward ball. They've got some numbers on the outside. Olympus trying to play that soft corner. Outside center tries to bring in the Herriman wing, but not able to do so, so gains a couple extra meters. Hard running ball, was distracted, took his eyes off the prize, and down he goes. Olympus now with a little bit of an attack going on here, trying to keep this ball alive. Some aggression going on, shown between these two teams. Again, no love lost. They're going to go after each other. Herriman always been the older brother and kind of beaten down on the younger brother, Olympus. So Olympus was such a great opportunity to turn the tables on him. They're going to do everything they can to win this game. We've got another injured player down, so going to take some time, and it looks like we might be going into halftime. So a bit of an anticlimactic end to the half as the ref blows it up with an injured player down on the field. Right now, Herriman is up 10-7. Very close game and looking nice. Welcome back to the second half of this fantastic rugby game between the Herriman Mustangs and Olympus Titans. Herriman's currently up 10-7 as we have another exciting half of rugby to go. Some great kicking being displayed, some great runs, some great attacking, hard tackles being shown. So excited to see what will happen in this second half. Olympus now set to kick off and restart our game. Ball comes dropping down. A little bit of a dance going on there. It is prom season, so not surprised by having a little dance with each other. Herriman now with some strong, hard running lines barreling through the defensive line of Olympus. Now they're starting to get fancy with their little chips and chips. Olympus with a little bit of a counterattack, got some space, runs straight into Herriman defenders. Quite a few of them wanted to hold him up, but Olympus did well to bring him down. So Olympus now ready to pass that ball out. Penalty though for not rolling away. Quick tap it. Olympus off to the races. Now they've got quite a lot of space on this far outside edge. Ball goes a little bit above, but a strong stiff arm there from the wing of Olympus. As they continue to push and fight, Olympus doing well to make something happen out of nothing. Unfortunate knock on there. Olympus was doing well to keep that attack going. But Herriman just too staunch in defense. Force and error. And Olympus now has an attacking scrum inside the Olympus half. Olympus lining up in a very aggressive center pairing lineup. Herriman winning that line out, bouncing out to the 9. Wing comes storming in. Avoids a couple tackles, had the ball, but then dropped it, so advantage being paid for Olympus on a knock-on. Unfortunate there. Was a strong little run for number 14, but the ball just was slapped at the right angle and came twisting out. Ball comes weak side to the wing. Olympus wing's got some steps. He's got some speed. He's got some power. He broke through 2 quick tackles. Another step on him as he continues to attack that sideline. Incredible little footwork being shown off by that wing. Get that guy the ball more. If anything, to entertain me. Holy smokes, that was awesome. Olympus now attacking aggressively, shooting the gaps hard, fighting through. Olympus now has all the momentum behind them. The crowd's going crazy. They shoot the gap again, trying to go over. Tries to offload it, bounces off the ground, but just not able to make it happen. An unfortunate ending to an amazing sequence of events there. Olympus with the knock-on. Seems like they might have found a mismatch on this wing side over here, as that wing had some speed, had some quickness to him. It was hard for me to even keep up with all that work he was putting in. Made 2 people miss, made a third barely tap his ankle. Olympus will do everything that they can to try and get this ball back, and they do, but an early push by Olympus is going to be a short arm penalty to Herriman. So Herriman lucks out there, and unfortunate for Olympus. A nice booming kick by Herriman there, so the wind behind the back probably very helpful.
Wow, bro, come on! Holy cow, that's 30 more meters!
The Herriman fans are not happy with the placement of that ball. Olympus gets that ball cleanly from the top. Tries to go storming through. Not able to make a lot, but an unfortunate knock on there, and Herriman's going to get that scrum. Olympus prop goes straight down, so ref's obliged to reset that, make sure it's stable and safe and secure. So I'm going to quickly reset that scrum, make sure we have a nice tabletop platform for the Herriman Mustangs to build off of. Herriman now feeding it down the line. A little bit of speed being shown there, but Olympus did well to cover that soft corner. A strong tackle there. Not happy with the Herriman Mustang fans, not happy with the tackles being shown here, but ref doesn't see anything wrong with it. Herriman now running hard, running straight, fast lines. The 9 saw a little bit of a gap. No defender there to cover the ruck. And the ref doesn't like what was going on, so they're going to go back to the advantage back here for what's going to be a dangerous tackle. So he was playing the advantage, and Herriman had a little bit of advantage going, but then didn't work out for him. So now they're back with the option to kick it down the field, gain some territory, and get the ball back. Herriman now with the throw in. 5-man line out with the forwards joining the front pod of the line out. So taps over the top, and Olympus gets the ball back. So the attacking platform is no longer there, and Olympus now has some go forward ball. Breaks the tackle. He made one stumble. He wasn't even close to him. He fell off, and Olympus cleared through. And just like that, Olympus takes the lead. They take charge. They said, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I'm going over to the try and getting myself a little bit of a meat pie. How about that? And just like that, Olympus is good. So with an unconverted try, Olympus now takes the lead, 12-10. Conversion to come. Unfortunately there, I do not have a replay, so we'll get it next time. But we want to thank Game On Live Studio for being here and helping out so we could capture this great stuff. Great try by Olympus, great hard work, single run. Goes to show what happens when you don't give up and you keep the legs driving, you keep the legs pumping. Olympus now in a very great spot to keep control of this game. I know it's been a long time since Olympus last beat Herriman, so I'm sure they're excited, they're amped. The sideline, the fans, the supporters, they're excited as well. Cheers are going through. To the left of me is all the Olympus fans who are absolutely ecstatic. They're pumped, they're excited for everything that's going on. To the right, my Herriman supporters, not as excited about what just happened, but still a lot of game to be played here. Harriman now with the reset. Olympus brings the ball in securely, puts on another little bit of a step, keeps the legs driving. Now they've got some fire underneath them, some passion, playing with a little bit more aggression, a little bit more swag. I think he's got his swagger back. A quick pick and go from the ruck, and Olympus over the top trying to secure that ball. But Herriman got to it first. Not releasing was a penalty, and a quick tap for Herriman trying to take advantage of it. Ball goes to ground, not secured, and the ref gonna blow it up and go back to the original knock on by Herriman, and Olympus is gonna get that ball. So a very scary threat there by Herriman. Ended up in a knock on, and Olympus now gets possession back. Olympus feeding the ball back. Strong running by the backs. Gives it to the blindside wing, who's been proven to be quite the runner. As Olympus now works to reset, recycle, passes out to the forward pod. Get over the top of it, secure that ball. Herriman defense up quick, able to snuff out any sort of offload or advancement. And number 10 now boots it down the fly half. Not a lucky bounce, but an ball goes out. So scary there for Herriman, scary there for Olympus. Not a good kick, not a good recovery by Herriman, but Olympus gets the last laugh with their throw in now at just a little bit off center line. Olympus now feeding it down the line. Slowly get into the power wing. Unfortunate handling error there. Not able to bring it in and corral it. Able to jump on it and maintain possession though. The ref not happy with the breakdown by Olympus, and the Herriman going for the quick tap. Tries to go spinning around. Herriman now feeding it out to the left. Olympus trying to stay strong in defense, maintaining their shape. Herriman now feeds it out to the forwards again. Forward pods quickly caught up. A little bit of an offload there, but a forward pass. So Olympus again survives a very aggressive attack by Herriman. And Olympus will have a little bit of time to breathe and adjust themselves as they get the ball back, and we'll try and get some territory and possession and move the ball down the field. Number 9 had a little bit of a nose issue or blood, so quickly get that cleaned up and we're back to playing the game. Olympus feeds the ball out to the left. They've got some numbers. They've got some speed. They've got some great runners. Herriman, though, quick to bring them down. Olympus maintains possession as they work him through the phase. Pass it over to a forward pod running strong. Brought down. Again, quick pass out to a forward pod who's stumbling forward. Olympus now exposing a little bit of the gaps left over by Herriman. Herriman doesn't have the numbers on the outside, but Olympus not able to take advantage of it, so they go down. Ball gets wrapped up. Olympus now making some major meters here on their runs. getting some breathing room while maintaining possession. See if they can keep that going. Herriman up quick on defense. Well drilled, well taught, well coached to be able to maintain their defensive shape under pressure. Olympus now, quick grab by the storming forward. Ooh, and then a little bit of a high tackle there as the ball was out and the 9 did well to try and snap that ball up and secure it. Olympus now with a quick pick and go. And another quick pick and go to try and expose the fringe defense. Another pick and go. They're gaining meters, so might as well keep it going. Olympus tried to clear him out, but 10 was strong on the lower body and maintained his shape, able to get that penalty. Tries to kick it out and does. Gain some good meters just outside of the 22. Olympus, though, if they've proven anything today, it's that they can survive pressure. Herriman now with the 5-man line out. Throws it into the middle pod. Sends it down into the forward pack. Olympus with a quick takedown. Herriman now passing it out quick to the storming outside center, who's brought down by a beautiful double-up tackle. And the ref does not like the diving in on Herriman, so he's blowing that up as a penalty. Olympus again survives a very rough attack by Herriman, who had numbers on the outside, and Herriman just was not able to execute and get that ball around the corner to get that through to a try. Olympus just continually fending off the Herriman attack, surviving, doing anything that they can to keep going. And so far, they're in control. Olympus now gets to clear this kick. Sends it zooming through almost to the midway point. Didn't make as much yardage as you would have liked, but still able to get it out and get the ball back. So Olympus now with a little bit of an opportunity to get some more possession, get some more territory, and I'm sure they would love to add to their points total to build up a little bit of a lead. Make their lives a little bit more comfortable, a little bit less tense. Sending it down the back line. They have some numbers on the side. They have speed. Olympus has a lot of speed, but just barely clipped by the ankles. And Olympus is going to continue their attack. Fortunate there by Herriman to clip those ankles and bring him down. And Herriman, again, aggressive on defense. They're going to do what they can to get this ball back and get possession. But Olympus just maintaining a slight edge on them, maintaining their shape, maintaining that possession. Herriman going to try and hold these guys up, but the ref not happy with another penalty, not clearing out, not releasing the tackler. So a penalized Olympus again, just slowly going to work their way down the field, bleeding time, maintaining possession. Only 4 points ahead. Working against the wind, so kicks are a little bit rougher for Olympus this half. But they're slowly taking away from the time and field possession of the Herriman Mustangs. Olympus now with a great toss up from the top down to the bottom. Olympus backline looks for a gap. He almost had it. A quick little offload there. He gets it into the hands. Great little work. Herriman fans screeching, not happy with what they thought was a forward pass, but Olympus is going to keep the train rolling as they keep pushing down the field, gaining position. They're gaining meters with each and every run. It's hard for Herriman to stop them with scrambling defense. Olympus just running hard, getting an extra couple steps on in each contact. As Olympus again continues to keep the ball alive. They got some numbers on the outside. Oh, but the ball goes out of their hands. Handling error. Olympus now scrambling back to try and keep possession. They'll do anything to keep the ball in their hands and away from Herriman. Because believe it or not, you can only score when you have the ball. Olympus now passing it out to the left. Olympus showing some great continuity here, working through the phases, doing what they can to survive. Showing off their skills. You can see how bad Olympus wants this. They want to win this game like nothing else. Herriman trying to hold up the ball carrier in the tackle, but they get the ball out. Hard running, hard defense by Herriman. Some good meat slaps going on here on this field. A little bit of a scrappy little play here on the breakdown. Olympus maintains possession though, as they feed it off to the left. Number 4 has been a workhorse, getting that ball every time and gaining some meters as they continue to try and feed the ball to the left. Oh, but an unfortunate pass goes into Herriman's hands. It bounces around a little bit, puts on a step. He has some space. Olympus, though, has some numbers. You got him, tackle him out of bounds. A beautiful covering tackle there as they force him out. Olympus saved themselves from a quick try. Beautiful stuff being shown here in Salt Lake City. Olympus and Herriman putting on a clinic, absolutely entertaining show. If you're not about this, I don't know what you're about. This is like the campsite last night. This is 2 tents. Olympus with the feed right in front of the Herriman crowd. Straight down the middle from the top to the bottom. Olympus with a quick pass. They're driving those feet going forward. Herriman doing what they can to bring them down to initial contact, but Olympus just wanting it that much more. Unfortunate handling error there sends them back. Olympus scrambling back to try and maintain that possession. Ball goes out to the wing. Tries to sneak away, but unable to get away. Gets that offload off. They keep it inbounds. They keep the possession. The ball bounced around. Herriman stole it. But Herriman got over the top of it and was able to poach it and get that penalty for not releasing. Olympus absolutely showing off how much they want it. And that's going to be the difference in this game, is who's going to want it more. Right now, Olympus is doing absolutely everything they can to maintain this lead. They're getting scrappy when they need to be scrappy. They're being well drilled when they need to be well drilled. They're following the structure when they need to follow structure. And that's just giving them the slight edge over Herriman. Olympus goes up. They maintain possession, but the ball's not secure. It was rolling around. They do get it out to the wings, though. And the speedster now gets it. Oh, but a secure tackle. But a secure tackle by he tried to get up, wasn't able to. It's hard for me to keep up with how much is going on right now. As Herriman now feeds out to the left, they have some space, they have some room. A missed tackle by Olympus, but a nice covering tackle. Make sure that he's brought down. They're just a couple meters out. Their back's against the wall. Time to prove your mettle here. Olympus now fighting about. They steal the ball, but the referee is going back to the original infraction of not rolling away. And Olympus now really with their backs against the wall. Quick tap again. And a handling error by Herriman. An absolute unforced mental error. And Olympus gets the ball. Unfortunate for Herriman, but absolute stroke of luck for Olympus. absolutely incredible game of rugby being played here. Extremely entertaining. Olympus now with the scrum feed. Herriman with a strong shove. But the referee just saw something that he didn't like, so he's going to go ahead and pause it and have a conversation. Looks like the referee is having a little bit of conversation with a few players, just trying to make sure that everything's sorted out. Olympus now with the feed. Herriman with the strong shove, but Olympus holds their ground. Ball's not the best pass, but they're able to get it off and kick it into touch, right on the 22 line. Gives Olympus a little bit of breathing room, but not a lot to work with. Their defense is going to have to be on point against a strong Herriman attack. Herriman with the throw in, but it goes over the top and Olympus slaps it back to their side. So Olympus gets possession. Unlucky for Herriman. But Olympus just getting the lucky bounce of the ball every time. Olympus now trying to maintain possession, doing what they can. And it's going to be blown up. The ball was taken in, wasn't going to be getting out anytime soon, so it's going to be a scrum down for Herriman to reset this play. Again, the referee has the official time, so we're not entirely sure how much time is left. But it is going to be a close game down to the wire. Oh, a short arm penalty to Olympus. So Olympus survives another bout. Unbelievable. Unforced errors by Herriman are absolutely killing them right now. They're not able to build the momentum they need to really get ahead of this game. But Herriman doing what they can by the skin of their teeth as they continue to fight hard. Herriman now working through the phases. Missed tackles by Herriman all over the place as Herriman gains some meters. Olympus just showing off how good they are on offense when they get the ball in possession. And a handling error right there. Unfortunate. They had numbers on the outside. They had some space, but a handling error. Just got a little bit too excited. Herriman now with an attacking scrum. If it's anything that we've seen before, Olympus will survive this somehow, some way. But right now, Herriman looking aggressive, looking strong. Crashing 13. Stopped in his tracks initially, but continues to drive those legs and keep pushing. Herriman switches it back on him. They've got a lot of space on this left side. He doesn't pass it out. He tries to do it himself, unable to do it himself. Rugby is a team sport. And Herriman now continuing to work through the phases as they try and find a hole, a gap, or something in the defense. And they find a little bit of something there to try and break that line and get some momentum going. But Olympus just scrappy as ever, maintaining their defense against a Herriman attack as Herriman continues to bumble forward little by little each phase. Herriman now gets the ball, but Olympus might just hold them up. He had an opportunity, but they get the ball back, so Herriman now can recycle. Olympus, intentional knock on, so a penalty right in front of the posts. They're gonna have to get back and get in defensive shape real quick. And that's a try to Herriman. An unfortunate mistake by Olympus, just a mental blockage there. Not able to execute. Herriman, though, brings it across the line and nails it. So Herriman takes the lead 15-14 with a conversion right in front of the post to come. No doubt he'll make this, so 17-14. Olympus gotta score a try. Or they can tie it up with a penalty kick and we go into overtime. But with playoff rules, it'll probably just be a kicking competition, which would just put the explanation point on this game, which has been so close, so intense this entire time. Again, the referee has the official time, so he might know exactly how much time we have left and how much hope Olympus might have to finish this game off with it and win it.
Game's on the line. Let's go.
And he slots it through. So it looks like Olympus still has some time left. They can get a drop goal, penalty goal, and tie it up, or go for it all and get that try. Olympus has shown that they can score from anywhere on the field, so don't be surprised if they can put something incredible here, finish this off on a high note. Olympus now looking to restart this. Ball gets held up in the wind a little bit as Herriman goes strong, attacking forward. As they go forward, almost a handling error there, almost dropped it, but takes quite a few people to try and bring him down. Penalty for not rolling away against Olympus. He was quite tied up in there. Not able to make it happen, but Herriman going to slow this down as they're in the lead now. Herriman now slowing it down, making sure they keep possession. Found a little bit of an outside edge, though. They're able to gain a couple meters. Olympus, though. Olympus gets the penalty. Olympus gets the penalty for not releasing. They got over the top. Herriman extended a little bit too much, ran away from his support. They weren't there in time, and Olympus got over the ball, got their hands on it, held it up, and the referee awarded them for it. So just towards the end of this game, things are getting more and more intense as we try and close this out and see who's going to be going on to the state's finals against the winner of East and Mountain Ridge. Olympus now with a throw-in, wind's picking up a little bit. Got to make sure that this throw-in is straight. And the ref deems it straight, so we're moving on. Strong, hard run from the center there. Olympus now recycling quick, getting the ball out to the left. Herriman up quick on defense, tackling behind the gain line. As Olympus goes for the quick pick and go. Herriman, though, over the top. They get the ball back. Great little poach steal, great little steal of the ball. As Herriman now continues their attack. They pass the ball out. Again, Herriman maintaining that possession. Herriman just working through their phases, trying to bleed the time, maintain that possession. Not trying to do too much, but just like that, a handling error by Herriman gives some life to Olympus. They bleed it out here. Total opportunity for them to make something happen. They have an advantage. As they continue to run hard, straight lines, Olympus going to try and will this one through. Olympus now working through the phases, trying not to make any mistakes, giving the ball back to Herriman, doing what they can to keep that ball in hand. They need to get closer to try and get a penalty kick or take the lead with a try. Herriman, though, on defense, maintaining their strong shape, strong fixture. Olympus barely snagged that by the tips of his fingers. Would have been absolutely catastrophic had he dropped that and knocked it on. But Herriman now slowly rocking Olympus back, just getting that tackle behind the gain line. As Olympus now is doing what they can to kind of keep themselves in this game. Might be a little too late, but they're definitely working on it. Olympus gained a couple meters there. Some hard, strong running, but not enough to make anything happen. Again, Herriman up quick on defense. Olympus maintaining this possession, doing what they can to work the edges. They have a little bit of a gap here. They have some space, a little bit of a pop up to the pass. They're going to maintain their shape here. Olympus gained a couple meters there, able just to bring it back a little bit. Olympus now keeping it going. Olympus finding a few gaps, finding a couple meters that they can get. Olympus, hard, straight running lines right into the Herriman defense. Herriman with some great gang up tackles to bring him down. Olympus, though, still running hard, trying to find something in this Herriman defense to make a break. They find a little bit of a sneaky gap there, a little bit of a risky offload, but they maintain possession. They maintain some go-forward ball. They're sending it back now. As Olympus now finds that ball going out, but he grabs it. He has some space. He has the speed. I don't agree with that one at all. It came off his foot. I do not agree with that one at all. That one came off of a Herriman player's foot. The ball went back and came off the foot. That should not be Herriman's ball, in my opinion. Olympus not happy about that at all. Oh, and it's a knock on Herriman, so Olympus maintains possession. They keep the ball after consulting with the AR. After meeting with the AR and talking it over with the main head ref, I guess they were determined that Herriman knocked that ball on, and Olympus will maintain possession. The fans are going crazy. They're creeping onto the field. This is getting intense. Olympus now. It's now or never. Last couple phases. As Herriman's going to push and shove and do what they can to try and get that ball, but Olympus keeps it. They're going to feed it down the line. Olympus has that outside edge. They're gaining meters. They're maintaining their feet. They're getting some. This is absolutely incredible rugby being played here right now. I'm not sure how much time is left, what the referee has for time, but this is insane. As the ball was left behind, they've got the outside edge. They're doing what they can to maintain that. And it's a high tackle. It's a high tackle. Olympus is going to get the ball. And after consoling with the AR, the referee is going to decide to end the game. I'm not sure what happened there, but that will definitely be a controversy as Herriman takes the win and will be moving on next week to the championship round against the winner of East and Mountain Ridge. Olympus fought tooth and nail to the very end. They had the opportunity, they had the chance to do it, but just couldn't close it out. What a great game of rugby, a great rivalry match. And Herriman takes the win 17-14.
closest spot on Earth.
Yeah, that's facts. But I think I think that's right.
Maybe they'd let us in the booth. Yeah? If we can, I will be totally okay with that. These guys have
Hard to film on this.
great class.
Oh, right there. The lady right there. The lady. They
Yeah,
must
well,
have
I'm playing
switched
for
up
the...
because I was fine all morning. And then I tried to get in the game.
I'm playing for the film crew. Yeah, I played for the film crew. I say I'm a East medical staff. I'm a graduate assistant coach. Are you on cameras? I can't do that. I dropped my plane name, so I can practice my bike stuff. That's a good idea. I don't know if you could tell, but when, like, especially like in this last game, I was like shaking on the camera. Oh, I'm cold. I figured this one, just putting it all together and then sticking it in your crotch, kind of helps.
Yeah, if you have this, and then you just like. There was a few times where I was like this.
Where are we sideways? Yeah.
But that's really hard to control when you're like only laid out. A tripod. Or like one back. Oh yeah,
We
you need
benefit
to
more.
change this. Do we know? Do we know?
Yeah. Let's see. Forgot about the politics of high school sports. That looks like Brighton girls versus Mountain Ridge girls. Using is fun as the buttons now, though. Way better than ever. Or what are you trying to say? If you click on it, like on the next highlights it. And then make sure you say save.
What do we think cameras do?
What we have? It doesn't really matter as long as you don't choose something.
Oh yeah, it's
I mean, if you put HERRIMAN and Mountain Ridge, then they change it. Yeah.
How do we change the font?
You just scale it.
It's a penalty for not backing up 10. So the referee is going to come in here and make sure that everyone's understanding the rules and doing what they need to be doing. So Brighton now has the penalty. They're going to opt for the quick tap. Pass it off to the number 8 as she goes forward and offloads it back to the number 2. Brighton now slowing it down, making sure they have the right attacking platform that they want to see. Blindside flank with a great offload back to the 15. The inside center back to outside center connection. Ball goes to ground, and a little bit of an opportunity here for Mountain Ridge to take advantage of. Mountain Ridge continuing to put on the pressure, moving the ball down the field as they continue to run hard, but an unfortunate handling error there gets the ball back to Brighton. As Mountain Ridge is just absolutely feisty, fighting over that ball, trying to get it back. But Brighton maintaining possession, slowly getting it back as they continue to do pick and goes, using their size and strength for them. Brighton now with another pick and go, looking for an opportunity to attack it on the outside with some numbers as they fed it out wide, trying to use that speed, a little bit of an offload, but doesn't go to hand, so Brighton having to reset that. And the ref is going to blow that up for a high tackle. So the scrum half for Brighton going to pick and weave and move around, try and find a way to get through this staunch Mountain Ridge defense. As the inside center takes a gap, goes through, and dives over for a quick try. Unfortunate miss there for the conversion, but still are able to add on to their lead, extending it out 10-0. Mountain Ridge now with the restart. Ball does not go 10, but eventually bounces over, but the ref's not going to take that, so we're going to go for a center field scrum to reset this game properly. As Mountain Ridge will now look to do what they can to stop the bleeding of Brighton up 2 scores. Brighton with the feed, do a little bit of a trickery. Inside center going from the right side to the left side of the scrum. Hard to bring down as she keeps driving those legs, running forward. As these girls now are continuing to fight forward. Brighton now running hard. Mountain Ridge having a hard time bringing them down. She continues to fight and push, driving those legs forward. An unfortunate knock on there where Mountain Ridge now gets a break in the action, are able to get the scrum reset and get some possession themselves. see if they can make anything happen. The referee now taking some time to make sure the scrum is set up properly. Brighton now feeding the ball out to the right to their hard, heavy runners, continuing to carry a couple bodies with them to bring them down. Brighton now sending it out to the left, looking for an offload, just isn't there yet, so goes down. Brighton now can recycle. A bit of a high pass, but she's able to snag it and continue running. As Brighton now is continually looking for ways to improve this, sends it out to the left. Mountain Ridge looking to counterattack, but comes in from the side. So penalty to Brighton, who takes a quick tap, finds an opportunity to go through the, puts on a nice little right-footed step, dives over the line, and it's a try for Brighton. Get to add on to their score a little bit, increasing it 15-0. Not able to make that conversion, so the score stays 15-0. Brighton well ahead, 3 scores to none, with 20 minutes left in the first half. Kick does not go 10 meters again, so center field scrum to restart this game. Mountain Ridge not able to get that ball going the required distance on the restart, so the ref will give the Brighton ladies the opportunity to have a scrum down midfield for a great attacking platform. Brighton now has 3 attackers on the right side, 2 on the left with a fullback back. Doing again, runner from the left side going to the right side, but Mountain Ridge doing good to try and disrupt that as they're trying to counterattack that ruck and doing what they can to fight back, but unfortunately there's already a penalty there being played for an advantage. Does a quick tap again and tries to catch Mountain Ridge off guard and does a pretty good job at that as she continues to run, drive those legs forward. Brighton now inside the 22 of Mountain Ridge, looking to continue their attack, looking for offloads. Mountain Ridge doing good on the 2-person tackle, bringing them down. Brighton now back out to the right side. But it bounces fortuitously into the hands of a Mountain Ridge wing, and she's brought down hard, but she's able to get that ball back, and her team is going to continue to fight and try and make that happen, but the ref, of course, for player safety, Going to blow up the game real quick and make sure that she's all right before continuing. Referee giving a penalty to Mountain Ridge after the player had enough time to recoup and get better. The kick doesn't find touch, but able to bring her down, and Mountain Ridge defending again inside their half. Brighton continuing their attack. But Brighton holding on to the ball, so Mountain Ridge gets the penalty and gets the ball back. Mountain Ridge themselves goes for a quick tap. Their first opportunity to really start putting on an offensive challenge. She's got some speed on the edge. She beat around the corner. She cuts back, misses a couple tackles as she continues to run. Takes a couple to bring her down eventually. Again, another high tackle, so the referee gives another penalty. They go for another quick tap. Give it off to the blindside flanker, who continues a strong, hard run. Requires a couple people to bring her down. Quick pick and go off the left side. Unfortunate knock on there for Mountain Ridge. Brighton now has the feed into the scrum. Sends it back off to the left side. Nice booming kick straight down the field. The Mountain Ridge fullback was slightly out of position. She's running back to try and get it. She snags it in one go. Brighton attack not able to get there in time, and she's able to split the defenders. She keeps running strong and hard, keeping the legs driving. Finally hits the deck and recycles the ball back to her team. Quick pick and go. But again, not happy with the tackle, so penalized for high tackle. The ball, they go for touch, but the ball doesn't go out, so stays there. Great chase, though, and they're able to bring down the ball carrier. Brighton maintaining possession, some quick passing out, one pass hit-ups. Mountain Ridge did good to tackle him behind the line, but unfortunate offsides there. Brighton with the quick tap and go. Able to break through a couple tackles. She is held up though. Mountain Ridge going for the ball, not able to get it. Brighton gets a good recycle. And Brighton continuing their attack going forward, not able to bring them down. Brighton again with the one pass hit-ups. Running strong and hard. Able to get the ruck set up and looking for the next attacking phase. Brighton continuing their attack, slowly but surely building on their phases, trying to get some momentum to add to their lead. As Brighton slowly passes it through the back line. Unfortunate knock on there as they tried to reset that ball, so Mountain Ridge now has the ball and is on their way making some meters. The referee not happy with the advantage that Mountain Ridge has, so he's going to blow that up and reset it for a scrum. Scrum down for Mountain Ridge, just a few meters in front of their goal post. Referee not happy with what he saw there, so looking to restart that. Giving the ball back to Mountain Ridge. Mountain Ridge with a kick, gets caught up in the wind, so it doesn't go as far as she would have liked. Unfortunate there, but Mountain Ridge is all over it, trying to stop Brighton from taking advantage of that kick, and as they pass it out to the right, they get a little hit up there. Mountain Ridge now gets the penalty. They were able to get over the ball and get their hands there and able to draw that penalty for not releasing. Mountain Ridge now goes for the quick tap as she's thrown down. Mountain Ridge now doing their best to try and get some go forward ball going, but Brighton staunch in defense. Mountain Ridge with a good couple meter run there. Sends the ball back as they're looking for some go forward ball. Quick snag and a good little offload. Finds some space on the outside, but Brighton does well to resource some numbers back out there. And they steal the ball right off her as soon as she hits the deck. And Mountain Ridge is over the ball, poaching it. They do it successfully. Unable to draw the penalty, but still get the ball back into the possession. Ball goes bouncing back behind the Brighton gain line as she goes through the middle of the ruck and able to grab that ball from the ruck. Mountain Ridge now with possession at midfield. Running hard straight lines. The blindside flanker able just to keep going, keep those legs driving. Mountain Ridge now able to attack that outside edge. Unable to get much going, but they reset it. Unfortunate little handling error there, though. And so the ref was going to blow that up and go back to a scrum. Brighton now with a good little sneaky run around the outside. Good little offload as they continue to push out. Another good little offload on the outside as she cuts back inside. Breaks a couple tackles. Continues to break more tackles. Brought down just before the try line. as Mountain Ridge will do what they can to try and stop this attack, but Brighton has all the momentum going for them right now. Brighton pick and go right by the ruck, able to exploit the weak defense by Mountain Ridge around the fringes of the ruck. And the ref likes it and gives a try awarded to Brighton. Brighton's attempt for a conversion is no good. They build on their lead 20-0. Mountain Ridge with the restart. Goes to 10 meters, but Brighton's quick on the jump. Mountain Ridge doing what they can to try and stop this Brighton attack. Mountain Ridge able to get that ball back into their possession. Very good field position as well. As the ref will come back for the original knock on by Brighton. Mountain Ridge feeds it in, gets the ball back. Able to run hard, straightforward ball. Not able to be brought down so easily. Mountain Ridge continues their attack down. Mountain Ridge continuing their attack. Some great pick and go, some great individual running. Gets the ball off and Ridge now with the opportunity to potentially put some points on the board with great field positioning and a great platform to attack. Unfortunately, the ball pops out and Brighton able to snag it up, but the ref doesn't like it. He's going to blow that up for offsides. Mountain Ridge now able to quick tap it and go. Able to get some go forward ball now as they're running forward. Continuing to attack with some great pick and goes and one-off passes. Unfortunately, not able to make it happen, and Brighton gets the ball back. Brighton goes for touch. Not able to get it out on the full, and it bounces along the sideline as Mountain Ridge tries to get back to snap it up. Brighton did well to get back there and grab him, but great little offload opens up a great opportunity for her as she gains some much needed meters to get onto the opposite side of the halfway line as Mountain Ridge continues to fight and crawl their way up the field. Mountain Ridge unfortunately committed a penalty for not releasing, so Brighton will continue to kick the ball down the field and make some much needed territory. Mountain Ridge, Brighton not able to get the ball out in the out into touch, so Mountain Ridge now has an attack. Penalty to Mountain Ridge. Able to tap and go. Tap and pass it off. Unfortunately, not able to make anything happen of that yet, but she's able to snap it up and bring the ball in. Brighton steals the ball, though, as she's standing there. Mountain Ridge sacrifices her body to grab that ball and get possession of it. Able to make that happen. Mountain Ridge now slowly going through their phases. Continues fighting, continues going for Mountain Ridge. As the half slowly comes to a close, Mountain Ridge will look to put some points on the board. Mountain Ridge now continue to go through the phases, looking for any opportunity they have to get a score on the board. Mountain Ridge now has it, sending it out to the right.
What's your clock at? 10 seconds.
Mountain Ridge now making some much needed meters to try and close this gap. Quick pass out to the left. Another quick offload out to the left. Another out to the left. She has plenty of space. Unfortunate handling error, but does go backwards. Just a loss of momentum. She did have space to the left. Probably had the speed to beat him too, with plenty of space to get around. But Mountain Ridge maintains possession. They continue attacking. As they keep pushing, fighting, going forward. It's finding a little bit of a gap there, but she is brought down by the Brighton secondary defense. As Mountain Ridge will look to do something, but the refs are going to blow that up and penalize for not releasing. So Brighton back 10. And Mountain Ridge now with a great opportunity to get in scoring position and get some points on the board. As she quick taps it, runs straight forward, and a great tackle by Brighton. As Mountain Ridge continues to attack and it continues to push. They're in the try zone, but unable to get the ball down. Mountain Ridge doing what they can. They jumps over the ruck, and looks like she's made it there, and that's a try for Mountain Ridge. Mountain Ridge gets a try to close out the first half. And she nails the kick. So she adds 2 points to her team's total, at turn it into 7. With Brighton up 20, Mountain Ridge 7. Going into halftime. You good, Todd? I don't know. And we're back for the second half. Mountain Ridge kicking it off to Brighton, and Brighton now maintaining their own in their half. Brighton keeping the phases going. Mountain Ridge maintaining their defensive shape, trying to stay in front of the Brighton players. The ball goes a little bit wider there as Mountain Ridge gets all over it, brings down the Brighton player far behind the gain line. Great opportunity for Mountain Ridge to try and get some yardage on them. Brighton tried to do a sneaky little pick and go down the weak side, but Brighton able to, Mountain Ridge able to bring them down. Brighton continuing to attack on different phases, slowly chugging through. Brighton now doing well with the one-pass hit-ups. Mountain Ridge doing well to try and bring them down on the initial contact, though. As now Brighton's looking to spread the field a little bit, passing down the line. Ball spills out behind. Brighton's able to snap it up. A couple little bumps and steps, able to gain some meters there. Brighton now feeds the ball back to the left side. Knock on Brighton, so it's going to be a scrum down to Mountain Ridge. Doing well to push that ball, feeding it down the backs. Mountain Ridge trying to attack that outside edge as the wind's starting to pick up here in the Salt Lake Sports Complex. They feed it out to the wide side with Mountain Ridge going down the sideline trying to get that score, keeping the ball inside. Great little skillful play there as Mountain Ridge trying to push this out, but unfortunately held up, and it will be a penalty to Mountain Ridge. Penalty for offsides on Brighton, so Mountain Ridge still has an opportunity to keep this ball down here and get a score. Mountain Ridge waiting to decide what they want to do. They do a quick tap, get it passed out to the blindside flank, who's been a powerful runner so far. She does break a couple tackles, and she gets all the way through and dots it down underneath the posts, making that kick a little bit extra easier for her teammate. And Mountain Ridge starting to close that gap. Shows the importance of conversions. Brighton hasn't scored any conversions, and if Mountain Ridge is able to convert this one, it'll be 14-20 as opposed to 14-28. Mountain Ridge now trying to play a little hide and go seek with the cone. Got to make sure she gets this conversion. Quick little chip shot. Gets it. The goal is good. And Mountain Ridge starts to close that gap even more, 14-20. Again, showing off the importance of kicking those conversions. If Brighton scored all their conversions, it would be 28-14. But right now it is 20-14. That's a difference of 6 points as opposed to doubling up their score. In case you didn't know, 6 is less than 14. So it's much easier for Mountain Ridge to come back into this game because of Brighton missing those conversions. Now we're getting a little bit of sunlight down here. Some beautiful views of the green hills. Can't beat it. Mountain Ridge now doing a great little running. They got some fire underneath them now that they've closed the gap to this game. Might actually be able to win this one out. They've got plenty of time, but they won't be getting far that way if they continue to maintain possession and penalties like that. Penalized for not releasing the ball. Brighton now passing the ball out wide. Finds the edge. Got some speed, got a stiff arm, but unfortunately dragged out of bounds before she could get it down or keep it in play. So Mountain Ridge avoids a scary situation there and are able to get the ball back, keep possession, and maybe try to make something happen deep on their end. Mountain Ridge with a line-out throw-in, able to keep possession. So pass it down, and there's a thumping hit there, but they're able to maintain possession. Brighton got possession deep in the Mountain Ridge territory, looking for a gap to try and squeeze through and get a score. Mountain Ridge brought them down. Passing it out to the left and a little bit of a step back by the fullback. Now the wing gets the offload, runs straight into a Mountain Ridge defender. Brighton now trying to maintain possession with Mountain Ridge doing what they can to steal the ball. Mountain Ridge gets over the top but are unable to grab that, and the ref is not happy with it either as people are leaving their feet, so he's going to blow it up for a penalty, bring the ball back, where Brighton will most likely opt to do a quick tap and go, try and catch Mountain Ridge off guard a little bit, and just dive over the try line to get some 5 points. 5 points is also less than 6 points, which is the amount that Mountain Ridge needs to score to tie the game. And with that, Brighton dots it over for a try. So now Brighton is up 25-14, which is 11 points, which is still less than the 14 points that they would be up had they scored all their conversions. So we'll see if they're able to score this conversion and get it up to 27-14, which is one less point than what it would be had they scored all their other conversions. But this time, again, the try goes unconverted. Ridge now to restart the game. Drop kick, goes for required 10, bounces through. Brighton unable to collect it quickly, but do eventually get it. Nice little stiff arm there, shoving off a Mountain Ridge defender. As Mountain Ridge gets that ball and steals it, and they now have the attacking platform, able to work through it. Mountain Ridge now working through the phases, maintaining that possession and trying to add to their point tally. Referee blows it up for an offsides call. So penalty to Mountain Ridge, where they have a great opportunity here to try and get some points on the board. 23 minutes left in the game, and Mountain Ridge now knocking on the door of the Brighton try line. Mountain Ridge could get even closer to closing this gap. Mountain Ridge slowly but surely picking and going. Looks like that's a try, and the ref's hand goes up for a try. So Mountain Ridge got over the line, increasing their score to 19, so it's 25-19 with conversion to come. So far, this kicker, she is 100% on the day. We'll see if she can continue that perfect percentage here at this attempt. Kick is up, and she slots it. What a great kick by the Mountain Ridge kicker. She increases her score 21-25. Again, showing the importance of conversions and how the game can drastically change. Brighton now to kick to restart this game. Brighton now with the boot. Reset it down to Mountain Ridge. Who gathers up the ball. Charges through the gap and is held up, trying to force herself to the ground, but Brighton's able to snap that ball up and take possession of it. Brighton now sending it out to the left. Mountain Ridge strong on defense. Not held in the tackle, so she's able to get up and move.
Ellie, you know it's just on you, yeah? I would say something.
Also, excuse us, the weather's coming in, so we're making our preparations to make sure that our equipment's dry and protected so that we can continue to stream these games. So bear with us as we try and organize our camera crew and get our streaming stuff wrapped up and sheltered, as we're expecting quite a rough storm heading our way just from the south. Winds picking up, and so I'll do my best to commentate and let you know of any missing pieces that might be popping up. There was an injured player down on the field, so we were able to get that sorted out, and Mountain Ridge goes with a tap and go after a penalty. Great little bumps off, and she goes storming down the field. She's got some speed, she's got the movement, she's got the stiff arms. She's fending everyone off and on her way down the field. She's not able to make it there, but she's got support and she's got help. Her team's coming over that way. They try and pick and go to the weak side. Unable to make anything happen there. But now the team's coming in to support. Blindside flankers coming in. Try and make some magic happen there. As they dive over the line, and looks like they got a try. So just like that, Mountain Ridge takes the lead 26-25 with a conversion to come. Again, bear with us if we have technical difficulties. We've got a storm coming in, seems to be pretty bad, so we just want to make sure that we have all of our equipment, cameras, and gear protected so that we can continue to stream this throughout the day. The score is 26-25 with a conversion to come.
Change the score 26-25.
Oh, an unfortunate there. Her kicks were so good, and she doinks that off the right goalpost. The score remains 26-25 with Mountain Ridge up by 1 after being down by 15 at the end of the first half. Brighton now with the restart coming.
I'm trying. I need one more outlet. Oh, you know what?
Brighton gives it a boot to restart. As Mountain Ridge now looks to offload it real quick, but unfortunate handling error there, which is a knock on, so scrum down to Brighton.
Just keep it under the 10. Grab it.
Brighton now maintains possession, driving forward. Brighton passing it out to the right side, breaks a couple tackles, keeps moving forward. Mountain Ridge eventually brings them down, but Brighton continues the momentum, driving their legs, pushing forward. As Brighton knocks it on. So Mountain Ridge gets a little breath of fresh air, able to take a little break in the action from being pushed up against the wall.
Tom, are you getting a feed?
Mountain Ridge trying to get the ball out of their area after a tough scrum. Brighton all over it, pressuring the Mountain Ridge Sentinels. And looks like they did exactly that, where a try is going to be awarded to Brighton on the Mountain Ridge 5-meter line. Brighton with the put in, sends the ball back, 8-man pick off the back, dives over the try line and is rewarded. So now Brighton retakes the lead, 30-26. Conversion is no good, so the score remains 30-26 with 13 minutes left in the half. Mountain Ridge now set to restart the game. Kicks it off to the left side. Brighton snags it, one catch out of the air. Mountain Ridge trying to get up and get in front of her. Brighton does well to keep the ball alive, some offloads and some place and goes. However, Brighton does well on the breakdown to steal that ball coming through the gate. Clinical stuff there. Mountain Ridge tries to get the outside edge. Unfortunately, just wrapped up by Brighton. As Mountain Ridge now continues their attack going forward. Mountain Ridge now going through their phases, looking to exploit any sort of gap that Brighton might be presenting them. As Mountain Ridge storms through with a large run, leaving a trail of bodies behind her. She's just continuing to drive and pump those legs. Didn't seem like anyone was going to stop her. Now her team's back there supporting. One pass hit up, finding some sort of edge, some sort of weakness in this defensive line. Slowly making their way towards that goal line. But Brighton got in there in time to steal it, but going back for a penalty of high tackle. So he's going to come back to the original fraction spot. Mountain Ridge with a tap and go and falls over the line. And that's his try right there. So Mountain Ridge now retakes the lead, 31-30. Mountain Ridge now looking to convert this try and add to their lead. Push it up by 3 points so that a penalty goal or drop kick will only tie the game, not win it for Brighton. If Mountain Ridge really wants to get out of the deep water, they'll have to score a try here soon, and she does convert that, so they're now up by 33-30 is the new official score with 9.5 minutes left in the game. The game is getting closer and closer with each and every score. Restart by Brighton, down to Mountain Ridge side. Ball stays on the ground for a little bit, but they're able to snap it back up and head down the sideline. Great little run there, able to gain a couple meters. Ridge feeds it in. Ball comes bouncing out. Feeds down the back line. A couple great passes and offloads there, but brought down behind the gain line as Mountain Ridge slowly starts to work the outside edge. Mountain Ridge trying to maintain possession, not giving Brighton any sort of sniff of the ball. And it's a penalty for offsides by Brighton, so Mountain Ridge now with a great opportunity to get some territory and keep possession. However, they opt just for the tap and go. She misses a tackle, had a gap there, but quickly closed. Mountain Ridge now looking to put it through some phases, bleed out some time. Great work by Mountain Ridge to do those offloads. Quite an expertise on this team, it appears. Able to pass that ball while in contact. Great little passing down the back line to go into the half. Unfortunately, not able to break many tackles and was brought down. However, nice little gap run right there. As Mountain Ridge able to continue to use his momentum to punish Brighton. Hard streaming run over here. Really just takes a lot of people to bring her down as she's continually running through people. Mountain Ridge now looking to attack that weak side, get it out to the outside. Eventually brought down, and Mountain Ridge really putting it in, driving forward. Mountain Ridge now getting close to the try line. Ref trying to get a good look at Mountain Ridge if they're able to get the ball over the try line. Looks like he got it. Look like he's going to go ahead and reward that. As Brighton players seem quite exhausted. A few might be hurt. But Mountain Ridge now really able to build on their lead, 38-30, with a conversion yet to come with a great conversion kicker. We'll see if she's able to slot this one in. And she's able to slot that one through and continues to build even more on the lead, 40-30. Mountain Ridge really came out this second half with a fiery passion and really able to build on it.
Alright, bro. I'm actually down to go bowling. Yeah, let's scrimmage it. Yeah, let's go bowling tonight. Who's down? Let's go bowling. You guys aren't invited. Yeah, I'm not invited.
Yeah, we don't accept you guys.
Oh, just kidding. I'm Vietnamese.
Oh, Vietnamese.
Except for ice cream. When does it go in? Oh, it's like that catching.
All the guys suck. Actually, no, not after getting blown up in the rough. Did you see that clip?
Oh, wait, did the one that didn't make? What are you saying?
Yeah, no, he edits it to
Mountain Ridge able to get the ball out from Brighton, able to get Mountain Ridge out of bounds. As Brighton looks to throw it in, restart this game. With only 2.5 minutes left, not a lot of time left for them to get some points on the board. Mountain Ridge staunch in defense, doing what they can to keep Brighton out of that try zone. But some hard running by the 8 of Brighton, really hard to bring down. Gives some hope to Brighton that they might be able to close this one out. With only 2 minutes left, it might be too little too late.
This guy said.
Brighton now working that edge, and a knock on by Brighton will give the ball back to Mountain Ridge, and that would probably be the game. With not a lot of time left and the ball back in Mountain Ridge's hand, all they have to do is hold on to it for 1.5 minutes, kick it out of bounds, and they become the champions, moving on to the next week championship match. Mountain Ridge now with the feed into the scrum.
It wasn't even a good thing. I don't know why he was so bad. It wasn't even diving in the rush. It was a friendly game. Yeah, it was nothing in the face.
Feeds it back to Mountain Ridge, switches the side to the left side of the scrum. Again, trying to just hold on to the ball for the last 30 seconds. If they're able to do that, then they will be moving on to the championship game next week. Some hard hitting here by Brighton and Mountain Ridge to finish off the game. Mountain Ridge just slowly keeping the ball in hand, some pick and go, some one pass goes. Brighton's working hard to try and get that ball back to try and score a consolation try, but Mountain Ridge doing well to hold that possession, but Brighton does get the ball back and goes out of bounds. Ref, however, sees a penalty going back for tap and go for Brighton. Breaks a couple tackles and moves forward. Ref's not happy with players not being back 10, so he's going to blow that up and bring it back. Another tap and go for Brighton as a pass goes off the hands, goes down, not able to get it back in possession, but eventually picks it up. Brighton now continue to work this left side. Mountain Ridge doing well to make those tackles. Brighton with a quick pick and go, trying to sneak through that gap. Made a couple meters, but not enough to get close to the try line. And multiple movements means that the ball is now going back to Mountain Ridge possession for a penalty. This might be the game here, final possession. Looking to kick this ball out. They do. It looks like this might be the final play. They didn't tap it before they kicked it out, so the game still goes on. You can't end the game on a penalty, unlike the ref in the HERRIMAN Olympus game, which will forever go down as one of the more controversial endings to a game.
Your dad's like, trust me. Your dad's like, trust me.
Mountain Ridge keeps possession, sends it down back to the back. Kicks the ball. Beautiful kick just down the sideline. Doesn't get it out though, so the game continues. Brighton goes, picks it up, puts on a little step. Oh, another step. There's bodies all. When the bodies hit the floor. Brighton now passing it out to the right side. Brighton running all the way down. They might have an opportunity to score here to end the game. But Mountain Ridge somehow snaps that ball out from their possession. And they finally do kick it out, and the ref calls game. Mountain Ridge wins the game 40-30, moving on to the state championship next week in Zions Bank Stadium.
Anybody else who's watching also thought the same and agree. I'm really soft, man. I have to go put on my sweat underneath my jeans. My belly don't feel like freezing.
So, if I have to be home at 5, I think I got 2 hours. Maybe I'll leave at halftime. Just like really quick too, and then nobody would watch.
All right, welcome back to this round of the Utah State Rugby Playoffs. In today's game, we have the 9th and 10th grade Blue Tier 1 Layton Christian Academy versus the number 4 Brighton. Layton Christian Academy set to kick off here. As they'll get us started off on this playoff game. Fortunately, the kick does not travel the 10, but Brighton opts to try and grab it anyways, which Layton Christian Academy jumps on right away. Layton Christian Academy now working it through. Some hard running already through Layton for LCA. LCA passing it through the hands, breaking some tackles by Brighton. That's a knock on by LCA, so Brighton will get that scrum. Brighton now with the scrum put in. Getting pushed back by LCA. Strong, powerful scrum there. The ref, though, looks like he's going to go ahead and reset that. Brighton retains possession, has the put in for that scrum. LCA had a powerful push last time, still do. Brighton now passes it back to the fullback. Fullback puts it on the boot. Looks like it goes off the side of his foot. Not able to get a lot of distance there. There's also extremely windy. Ball's bouncing around. So LCA now is back on defense. Brighton working hard to try and keep the ball in hand and keep the phases going. Very physical game so far. LCA goes through and scores the first try of the match. Easy for them to do. Great quick score there by LCA. Be able to work through it. As the wind and storms really start to pick up here in the Salt Lake Sports Complex. Questions might have to be asked about the storm here in Salt Lake Sports Complex and just how safe we all are with this wind blowing at this intense speed. Gale force winds now. LCA and Brighton braving this storm to put on an amazing match. Brighton now looking to get a restart going. Brighton now reset, kicking it off to LCA. Doesn't go 10, in fact almost goes backwards because of the strong winds. Kicking will not be very advantageous today. At least for Brighton, who's kicking into the wind. LCA might just need to put it up and it'll travel the distance of the field. LCA now with the center field scrum because the ball not traveling 10 on the restart. Ref not happy with the way that the scrum looked at the beginning, so opting to reset that. Brighton gets that scrum to win to their side. They get the possession, pass it out to the wing who clips on the edge. Brighton driving, pushing hard, trying to make something happen for them. Brighton gets the ball back, tries to find some space on the outside, unable to do it. Ball handling error there, rolls into LCA's hands. LCA now has some attacking momentum, pushing, driving forward. Brighton now gets the ball back from LCA. Ref, however, not happy with what happened there. Going back for the original knock-on by LCA. Scrum down for Brighton. Brighton with the feed into the scrum. LCA with a strong push. Gets the ball back on their side, but ref not happy with the way that the scrum looks, so looking to restart that. Brighton with the put in still. Big push by LCA. Brighton trying to hold their ground. Eventually gets the ball out. Brighton with a little bit of looping around. Ball goes to ground. A little bit of ball handling error there. Brighton again trying to get it to the outside. A little wing on wing action. Strong stiff arm, but LCA able to throw him out. Sends the ball back in to play, but a little bit of a scrappy play going on here. The feet of the Brighton wing go out of bounds. LCA opts to go quick. Ref wanting to slow it down, make sure that it's done properly and correct. So not happy with the throw in there, and it's going to be a scrum down to Brighton. Brighton now with the scrum put in. Brighton passes it out. Another one. Trying to get it out to the outside edge. Bounces, but back into the hands. Ref again blows that up. Forward pass. Scrum down LCA with a great attacking platform, up 5, looking to build on their current lead. Brighton with a big push, but LCA retains possession. 8-man pick, runs straight through them all the way through, right underneath the posts, and that's a try. But looks like he dropped it and it goes out the back. Looks like the ref is not going to give it to him, so it's going to be scrum down to Brighton.
Hey, get it back! Get it back!
He was unable to keep possession as he dove across the line. The ball went out the back, and it's going to be scrum down Brighton. Fortunate not to have that be a try. Referee going to be talking to his assistant, making sure that everything's squared away and the call is correct. Still going to be a 5-meter scrum, just making sure it's right on the 5-meter line. Brighton wins that scrum, feeds it back out, has a looping inside center, gives a little bit of a show and go. Goes straight in with a huge thumping tackle coming in from the large 8-man. Brighton now feeds it back out to the right, looking for any kind of space on the edge. Some strong tackles by LCA.
I think it's about time to wrap up.